7 o'clock in St. Louis. You are listening to The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and on the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Little Jackie Papers is on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt is manning the Collier and Thompson phone lines. And Doug, indeed.
Well, you were gone so long that so many people did not like the show.
You were sending me postcards. You missed me. You were sending postcards.
It felt like months. It had to just be days, but you were gone way too long. Please tell us you'll never leave again.
The president of Special Projects just texted, never leave us again. Tim, while you were gone, Jackson talked about how he hates angel hair pasta. Doug hates...
I actually was listening to that segment yesterday, live streaming en route to the airport. I listened to the Kerber interview, texted you boys. I loved the interview. I loved Martin, you saying, direct, and it's not like it's Kerber's, sitting there making calls, but I liked that it was just like, this is what I think, and I know this might be awkward, but this is what I think. But I really enjoyed the angel hair pasta discussion.
Sure. Mm-hmm. Right around 4th of July, Doug said he was anti-fireworks, which caused him to... He was called a commie.
Is that right?
What was the name they gave me? Karen?
Safety as Karen.
Safety as Karen. I missed that.
It was hurtful. I needed some time away.
Yeah.
Did you take some time? Mm-hmm. The only... yesterday, I was driving to the airport, was listening to it, and I also really enjoyed the talk on Doug's viewing of Grown Ups 2.
Oh, God. It was horrendous. It was the worst movie ever made.
Pestis still doesn't know the email address, and largely we were called boobs, morons, and ingrates. So there you have it.
Well, you are welcome to call me that since you haven't been able to do it in a while. 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service text line. And, of course, the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat is youtube.com/TMASTL. And I see they're active in there, but it's Chairman Kurt, and he writes, the air just feels crisper this morning.
Okay.
That's Chairman Kurt, who's in the room, but he's in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
Oh, and the gong's broken, Tim, by the way.
I heard that, too. Are you getting a new gong, bro?
I need one.
Where do you get a gong? I heard that discussion as well.
Gongs are us.
Doug, Martin, and I'm sure I know you're vacationing at Jackson's parents' place in the Hamptons next week.
Did you leave the key under the mat?
I did. It's right under the mat in Montauk. But we've said throughout the course of the years, and the program will celebrate its 21st birthday in 11 days, and the guests who are coming by.
Who's coming by?
Martin, surprises.
Mike.
Okay.
Rudy's hologram.
Oh, that'd be
Mickey
nice.
Carroll, his estate. I think they're still litigating. They'll all be here, all the greats. But that we never listen to the program when we're on vacation. It would be kind of weird if we did, I think. But some audience members are surprised when we say that. But yesterday I had a little bit of a drive before getting to the airport, and you
knew Curbs was going to be on.
I knew that Kerber was going to be on, and I really wanted to hear that interview. But leading into it, I also got the Grown Ups 2 discussion, and I found myself laughing, and my sons were asking what I'm laughing at, and then Doug started talking about it was humor for a second grader, which is what I have, and I said, maybe we got to watch Grown Ups 2.
Oh, God. Oh, they'll love it. Well, the 3-year-old will think it's fantastic.
So it turned into a movie suggestion from Doug.
I like cookies.
And then Jackson starts breaking down the merits of the first Grown Ups, and then by the time I'm dropping off the car, now we're on to angel hair pasta, and I'm like, I like the show. I got the Kerber interview, I got the Grown Ups 2 review, and I got Jackson's passionate take on angel hair pasta and rigatoni because he just started playing drops. It was great.
It was very divisive. And then somehow at the end, Jackson said, who are your favorite brothers in sports? And it was your favorite, not who with the all-time list. And the text inbox blew up.
We could never get enough.
Every brother we had forgotten to mention.
Arbor Day's happy to have me back, and I consider that to be the most valuable endorsement.
Well, he was banned while you were gone.
Oh, is that right? Like the suspension law?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He got it for a couple days. The letter was put in his file.
He's the defending texter of the year, two-time.
Also, he faces a 10% tariff.
Oh, no.
You were hot, weren't you?
Darn right I was.
That was Uncle Rich talking roller derby. And we found KG found an old clip of Rich. Arbor Day was banned, but Tim, we would get these texts that were awfully, witty and pithy, and they were signed Earth Day, Flag Day, but I don't know.
You think you had a nom de plume like Bobby Valentine?
I'm sure it was another person.
Glad to have you back while you were out. Store brand Andy Rooney got a real case of the grumpy old bastards. That's from Arbor Day. Store brand Andy Rooney.
Is that who he's describing me as? Arbor Day? Is that who that was? Arbor Day just got himself suspended a period of 2 days' time, and I'm raising the tariff to a reciprocal 20% tariff.
Oh, no.
What about Earth Day? Can he text in?
Well, he's on the ropes.
Well, we welcome everybody to text into the program, 314-399-9646, the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Wonderful to have that active with friends gathering this morning at youtube.com/TMASTL. And, of course, you can email in for our design, air, heating, and cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That comes your way at approximately 10:50. Tony Russa is joining the program. The event is tomorrow night, Martin?
Wednesday night at Stiefel. I saw him yesterday on the
I think
TV
this is going to
side.
be wonderful.
And he keeps adding a new layer because he has. Well, I asked him about Ozzie Smith being there. I said people would be surprised. And he's like, no, man, a great career. And I said, right, but you guys didn't always get along. And I said, are you good and nice? Yeah, you look at the whole career, body of work. He said, I just wanted, his arm to be right. And so but he keeps adding players. He said, yeah, and during the Ozzie thing, he said, Langford's coming, Brian Jordan's coming. He just keeps adding names to the list.
Wow.
And he said, he said they're going to be seated, all of these players, Daryl Kyle's, Widow Flynn, all these people.
Wow.
Because it's a tribute to Kyle, a tribute to Jocketty. He said they're all going to be sitting in the audience. He said it's not just sitting in the green room. They're going to be Matheny and Morris. He said they'll be in the crowd until they get called up. He's crazy. He's scripting this whole thing. And I say that in a loving way. He's very excited about it. Yeah, and you could still go to Ticketmaster.com. He was a little sideways with them. He was actually selling tickets at Ballpark Village over the weekend. Yeah, he and Eddie Vedder should get together. But yeah, he's going to come on, and some of it is about all-star memories. He managed 6 of these, and it was at a time when the players still kind of cared.
Well, when it determined the effing home field advantage for the World Series, I don't know if a rule has pissed me off more in the 21 years of this program than that. That drove me up the wall because the Cardinals were so good at that time, and I considered that to be such a valuable. I remember Bob Costas saying, perfect way to say it. He's always so damn eloquent. You have the least important game between April and the end of October, determining the location of the most important game between April and the end of October. And that's when La Russa was managing many of those All-Star games.
And it was an overreaction because of the tie in Milwaukee. As often happens, there's just an immediate overreaction.
So La Russa's with us at 8 o'clock on the Stiefel.
9.
I saw 8 o'clock and it's moved.
Mistakenly put it at 8.
How can we adjust?
It's 9.
Doug, how are we going to handle that?
Well, 8 is next to 9 in the keyboard, and that's what probably messed me up.
Yeah.
Hammer hands over here.
Doug, 8 is next to 9.
Think about it.
I want no part of your pursuit of Gaga.
Martin, that was Bob Costas talking to Iggy, who was requesting he help him out with booking Lady Gaga.
Was it said in jest? It sounds a little serious. It sounds like almost like a restraining order. Like, leave me out of this, Ken.
Please ask La Russa why in the 2007 All-Star game he chose not to put Pujols in the 9th down by a run. Only player not to get in the game. Does he regret it? That's from Evil Calvin. I saw your tweet last night, Martin.
Yes, he said, in fact, last night we were going through each game that he managed, Midsummer Classic, and then 2007 he said, worst decision I've ever made. I know we're going to. He goes, you know what I'm talking about? I said, but yes, you didn't use Albert Pujols. He said to this day, Albert still brings it up every time he sees him.
What was his reason for not doing it?
Because he would have been out of position players if he put in Albert, and he said, and the rule was you couldn't go back in, and now I guess they don't care about anything. But he said we could have potentially not had enough players. And he said, ridiculous. That moment, tying run was at 3rd, Albert Pujols, right. One of the greatest players in the game at the time. It baffles me. It's like the Eric Fetty thing. Like, there's no way to explain it, but he'll be happy to talk about it because he said it's still the worst. He goes, I know there's a lot of choices out there. Still the worst decision. And it is baffling. It's tied for first.
Hey, Tim, I offered Uncle Rich Olive and Oak and my wife while you were out. I hope you're okay with that. That's from the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves. Did Rich Gould actually read a text from the recovering
So
alcoholic?
I think we read it, and then Rich said, well, that's nice. That's a nice offer. He was offered somebody's
He
wife.
was considering it.
We had Rich on because he had a pool delivered via crane. It was flying through his backyard.
Big gaping holes.
There he is right there. And it's good to see this Michelob Ultra YouTube chat as active as the day is long. My life has meaning again. Tim is back. That is from Jack Hoare. And Erin in St. Chuck says she's definitely on hold already. And she, Doug, as you know, has her
really?
nipples pierced. So
I don't know that.
If she is not on hold, though, Jackson says.
No, inaccurate.
Okay. Jackson, how have you been? I haven't seen you. And I know you vacationed. What, you went to Michigan, right?
Mm-hmm. I was in Michigan. Yeah, I'm doing great. Life's good.
This beard is really coming in well.
Hey, thanks. I did a little trimming up this morning even.
Did you?
Yeah, feeling pretty good about it. You know, if you look real hard, you can see it.
I see it coming in.
Yeah.
The mustache is the part that's the
mustache
lightest.
is absolutely transparent. It's like a magic trick. It's like you get up close to it. It's like you get up close to it. It's like, hey, there is hair there. Yeah. Really tough, man.
Well, it's coming in, though. It's
Thank
all
you,
right.
Doug. I appreciate you.
How long have you been growing that? A couple years now?
Feels like a whole fiscal month.
A fiscal month.
I like that term. I bet you have a problem with it, but
Well,
I
that
like
doesn't make
it.
any sense in that
Tim, the
context,
biggest
but-
complaint I got was not saying the names of the text. If you would read a text and they reminded us they're the real stars of the show and their name must be read.
Jackson, of course, has been updating names in the text inbox. I guess August 1st will be when you go back to that.
I'll give it another 2 days.
Okay.
Because when you were out, I'm kind of more involved in the on the left side of the infield here, trying to keep talking ball and whatever. But now I can focus in more on that. So I'll give another 2-day grace period.
So people can still get their names today and tomorrow?
A little July gift.
It's
midsummer
Christmas in
gift.
July.
Yeah, a little midsummer gift.
Okay.
Jackson just keeps pushing back the deadline.
2 days. It's a 2-day, 48 hours.
All right, look at this. So if you do not have a name saved in the Air Comfort Service text inbox, Little Jackie Papers will be saving it today and tomorrow. And I see the 251, area code 251. I feel like that's got California possibilities.
I don't know what it is, Tim.
Doug's work husband.
That could be Doug's work husband, though, is texting in. So if you don't have a name saved, 314-399-9646, and Jackson will update it. What's going on? Now Jackson's giggling like he's sitting on a Sibian.
Jackson, that beard will fit in quite nice at a gas station on Dorset. Rusty Pecker.
On Dorset?
Why did Dorset take
I don't
a hit?
know.
I don't know.
There's a lot of gas stations over
That
there.
was funny.
Quick Trip, maybe?
Yeah.
Now, how about this, Martin? This is a compliment. Martin was great. Don't let him fool you. No one could replace Tim. He's the best. But Martin did all right. That's from Tiger
Yeah, all
Horse.
right.
Wasn't that nice? Martin, you've been working in the industry as a sports director for 30 years and respected, and you got to deal with this
I got an
nonsense.
attaboy from a texter.
Yeah,
It said,
Tiger Horse and Woods.
You're okay.
Tiger Horse and Woods. Yeah, Martin's vacationing in the Hamptons next week. Now, I have to be honest with the audience, Doug. This is a moment of honesty. Jackson
Okay.
calls this transparency in media. Is that what it is? No
Yeah.
kink shaming. Those are...
Yep.
Well, I do.
I don't know why, truly. I have no idea why. And I was asking my wife this when we were flying back. Like, why didn't we come back on Saturday or Sunday? Why, when I booked this, we flew back on Monday. It was an odd vacation. We left on the day before the 4th of July, but why not come back on either Saturday or Sunday? I have no explanation for it. I hated it because I knew that I have 2 things next week that I cannot miss. But then I know Martin's off for 2 days or for the week next week, and so you got this thing where I'm taking, and I truly don't like it. One of the things is my son is doing the drive, chip, and putt thing, the qualifier, not the thing at Augusta, next Thursday, and I can't miss that. I mean, I just can't miss it. He's 7 years old. I cannot miss that. And then the next one is an event that I've already committed to. So I hate that, and I truly was sitting there thinking about I might just fly back so I don't miss time. That's how I quote unquote enjoy vacation. Is I sit there and I torture myself about taking vacation.
Oh.
Which is I think is insanity.
I take them 3 weeks at a time, apparently.
Yeah,
so
when we were working
clearly
together
it
at
doesn't bother
KMOV,
me.
you were 3 weeks at a time.
I was almost never there.
Yeah. So that's how I think about it.
We had Savard call in to revisit that.
Did he acknowledge that it never happened?
I think he backed it all. Yeah, he said, guys. Doug was only gone 2.5 weeks.
No, it was never
I think it
2.5
was the
weeks.
timing is what it was.
could have been.
And that's when we had Rich Gould on, too, and we talked roller derby, and then they found that clip, and Jackson says it's his new favorite clip. It's a young Rich Gould broadcasting, and then there's a gal with a real high-pitched voice that we think might be a little kid from a Western.
You were hot, weren't you?
Darn right I was.
That was one of the roller derby skaters.
Sounds like it's right out of a Charlie Brown Christmas.
Darn right I was.
You were hot, weren't you?
Darn right I was.
I enjoy that. Dawson's Creek must be feeling like Scorsese in the 70s with that beard, Doug. That's from Little Judy Suckins.
I wish.
I'm
More
not
like
sure I know
Francis,
what that means.
Francis Ford in the 70s. I wish I had the Martin Scorsese eyebrows that are just two giant caterpillars over his eyes. Should look up a
Doug
picture
Mount
of that.
Rushmore of gentlemen's eyebrows over the years. Scorsese, Dukakis, 88.
Someone's already mentioned Andy Rooney.
Andy Rooney.
Great
Boy, yeah,
eyebrows.
he let those really go there at the end.
Like Eugene Levy used
Nice
him
play.
as
yeah.
part of his
I think
acting.
we might have done the Mount Rushmore right there.
Yep.
We were asked to do a Mount Rushmore of Mount Rushmores.
I'd like to be Muscatoli at Wimbledon. Was that a topic?
I guess that's the name they want.
Yeah, I know that, but was there a topic of Muscatoli being at Wimbledon? I'd be surprised if they were serving it there.
Doug was sideways
pretty
with them
goofy.
calling the semifinals the gentlemen's semifinals.
Oh, I love that.
Get over yourself. Gentlemen.
Do you think they serve Muscatoli at Wimbledon at the All England Club?
No, it's strawberries and cream.
Every other tournament, they aren't gentlemen semifinals. They're just men's semifinals. But at Wimbledon, it's gentlemen's. They can knock it off. Get over yourself.
Jackson's growing a beard because he's considering joining the Mennonite community. That's from the Worson Woods Wacko. That's what this is about?
No.
Was there a conscious choice? You know what? I'm going to grow the beard.
I just kind of let it roll, and I was like, hey, it's kind of looking better. And the higher up my face, it's getting a little darker. So it's just kind of a trial and error. I still trim a lot. If I just let it grow like without trimming, it would just be mostly neck. And then I really look like I belong
nice.
at a gas station on Dorset.
Dorset taking hits. You can fire the hits if you want. 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service is the sponsor of that text inbox, and Callier and Thompson, the sponsor of our phone lines here on TMA. 314-974-0101. That is how you can get involved on said program. The program is The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Jackson's on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurtz manning the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Call in. I thought Aaron in St. Chuck with their nipple rings was calling in, but apparently that was just bad information that I received from my sources in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. The source being Aaron in St. Chuck. It had to be a bad read because any lady wearing nipple rings can do no wrong, and that's the way I was raised.
Maybe the rings got caught up in the phone cord.
More powerful.
Too visual, Doug.
I thought it was vivid. It was like a Burwell opening column. It was perfect. Do you have a problem if you're betting on the home run derby?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Probably so.
Yeah, I'd say.
I just have a
But you're
problem
not
with
alone.
the home run derby.
Certainly not alone.
I fired a wager before the festivities last night at plus 1,100 on Junior Caminero to win. Now, I'll be transparent with the audience. Doug, again, you call it honesty in media.
Okay.
It was a $25 wager, but it would have paid $275.
Mm-hmm.
And now I know for Jackson, he wouldn't, if it was sitting on the floor, he wouldn't reach down to pick up $275. But for a meat and potatoes guy like me,
Right.
A guy from Tam
Just
Avenue.
basic guy.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
bread and butter.
Thank you. The working man's host is what I'm called.
Right. Guy who likes to get his hands dirty.
That's exactly
work
right.
with your hands.
That's exactly.
Work the land.
Bussing tables at Pietro's still.
Yes.
$275 matters. And I'm watching this home run derby. Did anybody else watch it? Did
Yeah, I
anybody?
watched-
Jackson shaked it off right away.
I tried to watch most of it, but my cable was flashing on and off.
What's going on
The
there?
whole, I don't know. I turned it on. I turned it off.
Martin, this is a
It's
live
got to
read for
clear up
Spectrum.
At some point, for hours, it was like that.
After the remote incident over the weekend, I think maybe you should give up TV. Just stop watching TV.
I watched it. I had a big problem with seeing Shohei Ohtani and Aaron Judge standing around watching the home run derby while Jazz Chisholm hits 4 home runs in 40 pitches. It's lost a little bit of its luster.
So this is like the NBA's All-Star Game slam dunk contest.
When it used to be the biggest
Right.
names.
Now they have guys playing in pickup leagues. Mac McClung won like 3 times.
I got to say,
Hasn't
Doug and
played an NBA game in years.
Doug and I get slapped with the olds label all the time, but I was watching and thinking the same thing. Boy, you have some prolific home run hitters in the game, and they're not in this.
Right. Yeah.
And
It used to be McGuire hitting them out, and the
Ken
biggest
Griffey
name.
Jr.?
Yeah,
I mean-
and now it's just who can we get to do this?
Well, they got Jazz Chisholm, and he did hit 4 home runs.
Yeah.
Junior Caminero is who I went with. The big dumper got to the finals against Junior Caminero, whose swing looked effortless. And he was rolling along, watching it with my both my sons, actually. And we're sitting there, and we're talking about what we're going to do with this money. Maybe I can retire from the side gig at Pietro's Bussing Tables.
Maybe you can get some seed and plant another row of corn.
Thank you. And then some young tyke is out in the outfield.
Oh, yeah, he robbed him of
And
a
he
home
goes
run.
Willie McGee, 1982 World Series, and he reaches over the wall and robs him of a home run. and I think it was Eduardo Perez goes, that's not the time for that. And Caminero of the Rays, he like stops, and some of his buddies, I think it was Ellie De La Cruz, friend of the Vomit Comet here in St. Louis, Tatis, they're like, hold on, did it kind of like it threw him off? And then he called his timeout, and they're arguing as to whether or not it counted. Now, it did count, but it looked like it got in his head, and then he fell apart, and he loses by 3 to your guy, Doug, the big dumper.
Yeah.
And now me and my family have to figure out how we're going to retire from Pietro's Bussing Tables without that $275.
I don't know. I liked how Pat McAfee introduced him at the beginning of the home run derby as having the fattest ass in all of professional sports.
Seattle Mariners, hailing from Colorado, North Carolina. A man who's doing something that no catcher has ever done in the history of the sport, with the fattest ass in all of professional sports.
And leading the big leagues with 38 homers so far.
Ladies and gentlemen, Big Dumper Cal Raleigh.
Nice intro. It can't be the fattest ass. There's got to be some offensive linemen in the
Not
NFL.
Rushmore.
Well, I don't know their names really right off the top.
You brought it up.
I mean, you got guys who weigh 350 pounds playing in the NFL right now. They've got to have a larger dumper.
Per capita, I bet it's him.
I like that, per capita.
Yeah, pound for P.
Pound for pound.
It is large. His father, who used to coach at Tennessee, he was a head coach. He was a manager at Tennessee's baseball program. Was pitching to him. I didn't realize it initially. I just thought, boy, there's like a boy back there playing catcher. It turns out it's his brother, who's 15.
His dad drilled him at one point.
He did throw him. He did throw him.
Plunked him.
Why would anyone watch the Home Run Derby when Monday Night Raw is on? That's from Who's Your Daddy. Doug, did you have that decision to make?
No, I didn't. I tried watching, but cable flickered on and off for the whole 3-hour presentation.
I'll put Pozo's ass up against anybody's. That's from Mr. Bojangles.
He'd be right there. I think he would.
There.
If you enjoy Pat McAfee, you need to be put on a watch list. That's from Kwame Voyukas IV. Martin, that's one of your guys. Why is Pat McAfee putting you on a watch list?
Oh, if you like him, you're on a watch list?
You need to be put on a watch list, is what
He's got a little that. He likes that WWE type flair. It sounded Vince McMahon-esque.
He's even done it a few times.
He wrestles. When we were watching the intros last night, my older son said, "Is he a wrestler?" And I said, as a matter of fact, he does. Didn't you say one time, this might have been a balloon party take that did not resonate with the audience, Pat McAfee and Morgan Wallen fans are the same person, Jackson? Wasn't that your take?
They're running the same offense.
They're running the same offense.
And I feel vindicated as each day goes by.
Why would that be?
Is that appealing to a certain audience? Is that what you're saying?
Kind of the WWE versions of their mediums. Like he's like the WWE version of sports analysis, which is fine. I get there. And Morgan Wallen's kind of the WWE of pop country.
Why would you say that?
Well, you see
the
what
songs are very normal sounding.
For sure, but he was like up on stage, like pouring gasoline on the negative headlines of himself and fake lighting them on fire. I was like, okay, that's...
He did throw a chair off a bar in Nashville,
that's
too.
a lot of headline stuff, and he's burning that. I feel vindicated. That's all I'll say.
You think they're both members of Yeehaw Nation, don't you?
No, see...
okay.
No, my statement is exactly what I said. There's no real... I can't really elaborate too much.
You grow a beard, and now you think you're Abe Lincoln.
I have no problem with either. That's my observation.
Yeehaw. You're saying, no, it's just their offense, Tim. He's not getting too specific. It's just their offense.
Eric in the Central West End has a theory. Pat McAfee is too alpha for Libby Jack. That's from Eric in the Central West End, who Jackson finds attractive but is not attracted to.
Case and point.
Eric in the Central West End, being a fan of Pat McAfee is case in point.
No, I don't know if he even is a fan, but saying something like he's too alpha for me, it just proves my point.
And this is too bad because Eric in the Central West End, I believe, is the same person who tweeted at me last night and said, I agree with Jackson on the angel hair pasta. So you guys were...
Wow, you had common ground.
Can always find it.
For a little while, you had the pasta common ground.
I'm take by take with everybody, you know? I might disagree with some person's take, but I'm not going to say, I always disagree with them. I'll go take by take with them.
The Bridgeton landfill fume huffer is in that Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, and he says, Jackie's right, and it's not yeehaw, it's dude bro. Doug, dude bro.
Dude bro. Okay. Well, there's something to that, I guess. But they both have huge followings.
Is that accurate, Jackson? The dude bro?
I mean, a little bit.
Because I was so amped on chugging with my boys.
Yeah, that's a dude bro.
A little bit of that. But it's not a bad thing necessarily.
I was so amped on chugging with my boys.
Clip that off. Jackson is right. Both pander to the low IQ sludge people demographic. That's what it's called.
I don't
Is that
think
what you're
so.
rethinking?
I don't think
That's
so.
a little rough.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I see what
Sludge
Jackson's doing, and I like it. He's putting it out there. If you get it, you get it. But he's not going to insult people that do like those sorts of...
How could I? I don't want people insulting me for the stuff I like.
Because some people like some things.
Some people like some things, some people like other things.
Think about that, Doug.
Okay.
You are welcome to insult us nonetheless at 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service, sponsor of the text inbox, and 314-974-0101. Callier and Thompson, sponsor of our phone lines here on the Stiefel Dossier. Tony LaRussa with us, talking about his event and also does BSing with us, coming up at 9 o'clock. And I mean, I'm dead serious. Part of the gig here, you know, I mean, that's just the nature of doing a program. You talk about some events, some of them internally, you're like, I would never go to that. This is one that sounds incredible. It really does. Do you know how it's doing ticket-wise? I would think
I know he was frustrated with... Last time he was on here, and I think it was July 3rd, he was saying he'd had some complaints that people couldn't get the Ticketmaster thing to work.
Oh, that's why he was going Eddie Vedder?
Yeah, and then people wrote in and said, hey, I just did it. It worked for me. So I think there was some concern about that. I don't know, but I know he just wanted, I don't think there was really like a marketing campaign. So I think he's tried hard to get out and tell as many folks as he can. But you've got, Mike Matheny, Matt Morris, David Freese doesn't do a lot of St. Louis stuff. And then Edmonds, who quit media, will be there. Izzy, Roboski, Joe Buck, Ozzie Smith, and Will Clark, who is going to be hilarious. We played a clip of him last week just destroying the Red Sox announcer. So when Will gets up there, you have no idea what he's going to say.
It's just so good. I assume a 7 o'clock start? It could go until
6:45, which for whatever reason, I don't know. 6:45.
Is there?
And then there's a musician, I think. And then, the skipper loves him a good variety show.
He does.
And I think there's a comedian and a musician and maybe a military salute. I don't know if it's going to last 12 hours.
That's what I'm saying. Is there an MC?
Joe Buck is the MC.
Okay. God bless. All right.
I heard he's good.
That's huge because this was starting to sound like kind of a TMA Live where we just show up and just go, okay, well, we'll do this.
Jay's asking people to show their feet.
Right.
I don't think that's on the docket.
Yeah,
would be interesting if it was.
Good.
That I was going, okay, if just Tony's up there, they could go until 1 a.m. All right, Joe will keep things moving. He's fresh off his appearance at the American Century at Lake Tahoe.
We got called out yesterday for not giving a shout out to Taylor Twellman who was like 4th or 5th.
Yeah, I think he was tied for the lead going into Sunday, and his uncle is Jay Delsing. Great tour player. Really, I read his book over my vacation. It truly is a great book. It's not like breaking down, like a biography. It's just amusing and crazy ass anecdotes. But anyway, so Taylor's a hell of an athlete. I didn't know he was that good of a golfer to be in the mix. Those guys who win those things are not just like scratch golfers. I think they're plus handicaps. They're at another level. And yeah, Taylor. So people are mad that you didn't talk about Taylor.
Well, it was pointed out on the text line. How dare you guys not talk? I think they were kids.
Bundesliga, second Bundesliga.
What about that, Doug?
How dare you?
How dare you not find Dr. Brandon Pryor attractive, Doug, at 100 West Dental? Oh, he's a beautiful man. 100 West Dental built brand new offices right on Manchester in Baldwin with the most modern technology with the patient experience at the front of mind. No dental insurance, that's not a problem. The membership plan at 100 West Dental aids in the cost of dental work for those who don't have dental insurance. And they have a huge offer going on that if you mention my name, you get $1,000 off Invisalign. And if you're on the fence about Invisalign, they have a digital scanner that can show you a simulation of what it'll look like before you even go through with it. You do not have to call the schedule. All you have to do is go to 100westdental.com and schedule right there. No phone call needed to get in. Just check the calendar online for availability and book right then and there. The weird thing is, even though dental insurance and medical insurance are separate, dental health impacts medical health. They are not separate. And I know people go, God, I don't want to go to the dentist. You got to get your teeth checked up. Do it with Dr. Brandon Pryor and his team at 100 West Dental, 100westdental.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt Manning, the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Call in 314-974-0101. Talk it over with other TMA listeners at youtube.com/TMASTL for the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, and email in for our design, air, heating, and cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. This is the Morning After, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
AutoLoanPro.com. That's the website where you can get a new car, and it doesn't matter what your situation, what your circumstances are. They're going to get you a car. They'll also help get your credit back on track because they have put together a free playbook. You can download that at AutoLoanPro.com as well. They work with over 50 different lenders. They're going to make sure you get the best rate possible, little to no money down. Anyone can sell you a car. It takes a pro to do it right. Making that large purchase can get a little complicated, especially with any hiccups in your past. Well, the Auto Loan Pro is going to get you back on track. That playbook will explain it all to you, so make sure you download that for free. Go to the website to pick out your vehicle, and again, the best rate possible. That's what the Auto Loan Pro is all about. So go online, get the playbook, check out the cars available. Auto Loan Pro is part of the Lita family, and there's the only thing you need to know. Financing a car, the only thing to know is to choose the Auto Loan Pro.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Seattle Mariners star and MLB home run leader Cal Raleigh became the first catcher to win the All-Star Home Run Derby last evening as he outlasted Tampa Bay Rays infielder Junior Caminero in the final on Monday night. His 18 home runs beat out Caminero's 15. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Gentlemen, little lady.
Doug Loverman, where can you be? Think about it.
Communards, right?
The Nards. It's TMA 101 ESPN 7 o'clock hour. You can watch the program at youtube.com/TMASTL. And it is the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Michelob Ultra, 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. And we've had some quality weather. I just assumed when I landed at Lambert yesterday that right when you walk out from the two baggage claim,
Somebody greets you with a smile?
Well, there's that, but then you get hit with like that heat.
The heavy air.
The heavy air. Perfect. But I wasn't hit with that. My wife said, "Hey, you want to barbecue today?" And I'm like, "Oh." I said, "Hey, woman," because I was raised the right way.
Yeah.
"Hey, woman."
She
It's gonna be
does
hotter
all
than
the
hell.
bacon.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Why don't you make some pasta?
Yeah.
Not angel hair.
Exactly right. Rigatoni. And then we're outside. I'm like, it's kind of nice out. What the hell's going on?
Yeah, hadn't been bad.
But then I see all hell's about to break loose.
Well, it can't be good for more than a couple days. You didn't get caught up in that airport mess, did you?
I saw it. No, we landed, and I gather that was departures. Did you boys discuss that yesterday?
A little bit, yeah.
Loosely. It was the Seventh-day Adventists had a huge convention.
It was damn near backed up onto Highway 70.
Yeah, and what apparently happened, and I don't know it for a fact, but they said most of the folks at the convention had different flight times throughout the day, but they were all dropped off on buses at the same time. So let's say your flight's at 4 p.m., yours is at 10 a.m., you're in the same line, and all of a sudden everybody's there, and I guess there's a normal flow to the day. That's that's social media explaining. So I don't know that to be a fact, but apparently everyone got dumped off at the same time, and they're like, holy smokes, and nobody's getting through. But it's a bad look, of course.
I saw it, and I was like, holy crap, what in the hell was that? So anyway, we landed and I'm thinking to myself, this isn't as bad as normal. And Doug,
what?
The security, I know you enjoy when somebody's picking you up at Lambert and the security guard starts screaming at them immediately when they stop.
I like to be berated.
That off. I did not experience that yesterday.
Really? Someone was nice to you?
I wouldn't say they were nice. They just didn't say anything.
They called in sick or something, weren't there?
Martin, have you had a chance to see the Superman film?
I have not, but I like a good review.
Yeah, well, good news. Mike Francesa did get a chance to see it, Doug.
Noted film critic.
Okay.
And he was doing his Bet Rivers podcast. Here is his review of St. Louis and James Gunn's interpretation of the new Superman film.
What I'm getting into is this stunk as for someone who's a old-time TV show Superman guy trying to get entertained for a couple hours and wants to see Superman. This movie was pure torture to sit through. Torture. I mean, I'll tell you this. If my name was on the credits, I'd hide it. That's how bad it was. This was 2 hours of this new Superman. It was he wasn't Christopher Reeve, but he was okay Superman. 2 hours of him getting the crap beat out of him. Who wants to see Superman get beat up for 2 hours? He's getting beat up by everybody. Plus, you have other superheroes in the movie. I didn't go there to see some guy named Mr. Terrific. I didn't go there to see the Green Lantern or some lady named Hawk something or other. I don't even know who she was. Okay, these other superheroes who he calls on. Who needs other superheroes? This is a Superman movie. You want to see Superman flirt with Lois Lane, keep his disguise, and battle crime. That's what you want to see. And good triumph over evil. That's Superman.
Couldn't have been as bad as Grown Ups 2. It couldn't have been.
What was the sound at the end I caught?
Superman flying?
Was that Superman taking off for flight?
Superman.
Doug, I wanted you to appreciate that, Jackson.
Yeah, nice little sounder.
What is that sound? Where did you find that?
That was Superman sound effects.
Yeah. Oh, well, there you go.
Superman flying.
That would explain
Have you
it.
seen it yet, Jackson?
I have not.
Are you going to see it?
Oh, for sure.
I've heard other people say it's pretty bad. At least I've seen that
Superman
online.
isn't that interesting of a character to me.
No.
Like, in terms of superheroes, like...
You like the Green Lantern?
Green Lantern. He's just not a very compelling character to me. That's why I think it's hard to make a movie out of him. But I'll watch it. I
Wow,
love James Gunn.
83% on Rotten Tomatoes.
Really?
93% on from the audience score.
Yeah, we'll see how that ages. I'll see it. I'm looking forward to see it. I love James Gunn movies, so I'll check it out.
Slew high. 84?
Doug, was he 84?
I don't know the years, Tim.
Maybe 83? Was that when Ted Mimlitz was there? I'm trying to remember.
So I'll see it, but I won't be affected by Mr. Francesa's
It
review.
will not keep you from going to the cinema.
No, and I don't think it will for other people too. It'll make a ton of money.
A boomer New Yorker hating something. Color me shocked. That's from the Never-Ending Wipe?
Wipe?
What?
Oh,
Jackson, is that a new name
it's a
you just
recent
entered?
ad, and I was smiling ear to ear when I put it in.
Really?
And
Because
by
you thought somebody would read it like Tim did and go, oh my God, what is this?
Yeah.
Harrison's brother Master requested a name change. He wanted to be called Joey Vitale Talks Too Much. And Jackson said, no, you are forever. Because he said, I need to identify you.
Right, we got to keep an eye on him.
Shocking. Vladdy Burkett doesn't like Superman. Yet more evidence he's a Russian spy. That's from the Worst and What's Wacko. While I was vacationing, the people began to introduce a theory that you're a Russian spy.
Oh, like a sleeper
Really?
cell? You say the right phrase and I start speaking Russian. No, not the guy. I think like Batman's a more interesting character. Spider-Man's a far more interesting character. Superman,
Why do you hate journalism?
I love journalism.
Well, he's Clark Kent, right?
Yeah.
Is there an amount
Glasses are doing a lot of work.
Is there an amount of money that would get you to spy on the United States for Russia?
No, it seems like a bad idea.
And best not to admit it, even if there is a price.
For sure. No, I'm an American baby.
What kind of spying could you do? Like, when the commercials are going to be played on a radio station. Putin can use that.
Yeah, I don't really think I'd have much valuable information. Probably not worth that much.
If you're a grown man going to see a superhero movie, you'd probably be better off investing that money in therapy for your Peter Pan complex. Maybe to stay home and watch Grown Ups 2. That's from Veterans Day Observed. Doug, I'm starting to wonder. Is this Veterans Day Observed? Arbor Day
His band.
in disguise who's been suspended by you.
Yeah, he has had a 20% tariff. Every text.
But Veterans Day work.
It was
sounds a lot like Arbor Days, but they must be related, I'm guessing. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, I don't have much interest in Superman. I wanted to go see F1 this weekend, but it was like sold out everywhere.
Yeah, big money.
Oh, is that right? Mm-hmm. Brad Pitt's killing it?
I'm seeing it tonight.
Yes.
Oh, is that right? Mm-hmm. Where are you going?
Just up the road here.
Wow, so
Just
vague.
up the road
It's like I
because
felt
you're
like I
afraid-
was talking to Henry Hill.
Just up the road. I'm looking forward to it. It has to make money, or else
And you're
movies are in bad shape.
hiding the location of a theater because of people that might stalk you or something.
I don't see an upside in me saying the name of the theater. I see downside though.
He golfed all weekend, and we said, where'd you play? He goes, a lot of places.
Yeah.
And you're not a spy?
I said the meat of the information I gave away. I don't need to add the condiments, the interesting little details. No, I don't need that. You know what? I played golf. That's all you need to know.
Wow.
I'm going to see F1. You don't need to know
Where
where.
there's smoke, there is some fire.
All right. Why don't you give out your exact location for the next 48 hours? See how that goes.
Well, we did have Joey Vitale give out the street on which he lives, but not reveal where he was vacationing on the air. It's a very surprising tactic.
That is hot.
I do not want anyone to know where I'm vacationing. Here's where I live. That's a new twist.
You can text in 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service, sponsor of our text inbox. Michelob Ultra, sponsor of the YouTube chat, where 200 friends have gathered, and they are in there talking it over, including Ted Gann, who says, Tim is back, and Corey says, I have a movie podcast, and I gave it a 4 out of 5. Jackson, do you listen to movie podcasts? Probably the Rewatchables, Bill Simmons thing, I would guess?
Yeah, that's for like older movies. But yeah, I listen to a couple different movie podcasts. Enjoy them.
What are they? Can I ask that? Doug, we just can't get straight answers.
The main one I listen to is called The Big Picture with Sean Fennessy and Amanda Dobbins.
Exactly. Where do you listen to this?
On a headset?
Like your location? Is it at home?
I do all audio podcasts. Like I don't watch many podcasts. I listen to them. Because I like to do it like while I'm doing stuff, whether it's like going on a little bike ride or cleaning up, doing laundry, stuff like that.
Do you speak Russian at all?
No. Nope. I only really speak English.
Excuse me?
I really only English is my first and only language, really.
Yeah.
Can someone get Doug a new gong? It doesn't sound as crisp as usual.
It's hanging from a thread.
Yeah. I'm sure with all the adulation coming today for wonderful Timmy, it will surely meet its demise soon. The B team did great, but Jordan has returned to the Bulls.
That's during the 4 or 5. Oh, you got it right there.
Who's your Trojan horse? It does seem fixable, but yet we're not very competent.
Tony LaRusso on the Stiefel dossier. That's 9 o'clock. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. That's 10:45. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design Air is online at DesignAirService.com. That is Seth Goldcamp and his team. And man, do you need them in the months of July and August in St. Louis. If you run into any issues with your air conditioning, all you got to do is go to DesignAirService.com. And I can tell you this, and so can Martin, and so can Doug, because we are all clients of Design Air, Heating, and Cooling, that if you run into an issue, what they pride themselves on, Doug, I'm going to do a twofold outline. Roman numeral number 1.
We don't need outline form.
They will be there quick, fast, and in a hurry. And number 2, Roman numeral 2, they will not upsell you. You can count on that. They're going to fix it. They're going to move on. They're going to earn your business in the future by taking care of you in the present. And one of the elements of taking care of you is not sitting there at your home and trying to sell you on some kind of deal you don't need. It's Design Air, Heating, and Cooling online at DesignAirService.com. Seth Goldcamp and his team, sponsors of the email of the day and the longest-running sponsor here on TMA. So you boys did not watch the Home Run Derby last night. Where
No, I did.
You did a little
loosely, yeah, at work. I didn't watch every swing.
Yeah.
I feel bad for the analysts. They would ask Eduardo Perez, what's he got to do here? Well, he needs to get off to a quick start. I think he said that about 4 times because how else can you really break it down? I think he's going to need to get off to a quick start here.
Yeah.
Don't want to get off to a slow start. So I did watch a little bit of the dumper.
They'd get excited about some of the hits. They go, that's a bomb, but it's going to come up a little bit short.
Yes, I did notice that going on as well. But the kid who, again, took $275 out of my pocket, his name was Sam Musterer. He was the one who went Willie McGee 1982 World Series on Junior Caminero in the final round of the Home Run Derby. He says, quote, I was not quite aware of where I was on the fence. I thought the fence was a little taller there. I kind of just reached up and grabbed it. Doug, he is a 17-year-old. He was on the field for the Home Run Derby. Those of you who I would imagine have seen this over the years, they have kids running around in the outfield, not necessarily tykes, but, you know, kids in their teens usually, many of which look like, much like myself, they were cut from the high school baseball team and probably shouldn't be out there chasing some of these missiles that come
They got a connection
in.
somehow. Their dad is somebody who got him on the field, I would imagine.
Musterer does play baseball. He plays for the East Side Chargers select team in Marietta. I don't know if you got a chance to watch them play this year. They're
not as much as I'd like.
Yeah. He's a right-handed pitcher and a center fielder. He said he's never made a play like that before.
Good for him.
I think it's great.
It was a nice catch.
Caminero's teammate Brandon Lowe said, I would have thrown him out of the game. I should have run out there and dragged him off. He was joking, to be clear. But yes, he did steal a home run. The home run did count, but Caminero and then Ellie De La Cruz and Tatis Jr. were all freaking out, thinking that it did not count. He called the timeout. It did count, and he never regained his form And Cal Raleigh, the big dumper, got a chance to win it. Why do you think that's not getting as much attention? I mean, he is on a pace that could put Bond's record in play.
Because he's doing it at midnight East Coast time.
I think that might be it.
Yeah, you kind of bury that there.
You never know he did it until you look at your phone the next morning when you wake up.
Yeah.
And he's just a random guy.
I mean, he was a 30 homer guy, but not 38 at the break.
Right. You know, he hit from both sides of the plate last night. Wanted to make sure he did that. And, you know, I mean, he's putting up numbers. I don't think anybody's anticipating it. And yes, even though that is by, you know, symbolism, the halfway point of the season, it's not 81 games in. It's deeper than that. So the pace is not necessarily there at 73 home runs. But there really isn't much talk, I don't think anyway, of what he's doing relative to, number one, the number, but number two, the fact that this is not a Bonds, McGuire, Griffey guy.
I mean, he's almost at 40 at the All-Star break. I mean, it's good. I think it'll pick up. People probably just sort of ignored it. We're locked in because it can't just be West Coast, because we talk about the Dodgers all the time. We talk about Ohtani in L.A. They're playing out west, but they're on our radar. I think he's just kind of been sitting there. Nobody's really given it any thought. But as he starts piling up, gets closer to 50, I bet it'll pick up.
Kind of an unknown guy before this year. Unless you're a real serious baseball fan, you wouldn't know who Cal Raleigh is. But it helps being a switch hitter, for sure. He's going to probably break Mickey Mantle's record for switch hit home runs. I think it's at 54.
Yep, that's correct.
So, yeah, suddenly it's the guy who's just burst onto the scene. He's a superstar now.
Most watched home run derby, and if you think about it, it's in the last 20 years. Probably because of the setting.
99?
No, but that's a good guess. Yankee Stadium in 08.
Hamilton? Is that the Josh Hamilton one? That was
I think,
09.
did he go nuts and not win? Justin Morneau won the... Anyway, the highest rated was 2008 Yankee Stadium, 2017 Marlins Park, and then the Busch Stadium Home Run Derby, where Albert really didn't do much with all the pressure on him at home.
Yeah, Matt Olson had that happen to him last night at home.
Cecil Fielder Jr. won
Prince
that one, right?
Fielder, yeah.
Prince Fielder.
Prince Fielder. How about... That's a good... I would not have remembered that.
Nelson
doesn't
Cruz
remember
was
the
in that.
years. And
No.
How did you know?
Yeah, I
that?
did remember that.
Nelson Cruz was in that one before he decided
And he
to
hit
take
one
a
in
few
the
steps.
fourth deck at Busch Stadium.
Yes. That's what I remember about that thing.
We were talking about the big names that always did it. Sammy Sosa won a home run derby. Ken Griffey Jr. multiple times. Vladimir Guerrero, Ryan Howard, Miguel Tejada. You know, big name players. And now it's cooled off a little bit.
You think they don't want to get embarrassed?
I think a lot of them don't want to get hurt. Remember, Edmonds did it in Chicago in the summer of 2003 and said it really threw off his shoulder or whatnot. So I think a lot of them have just refrained. I think Albert in 2022 didn't care anymore. His career was over, right?
Yeah.
And he went out there and hit a bunch of bombs and got him back on track.
When you watch it, you wonder why they don't just try to yank everything right down the line. It's the shortest wall. But you forget that they're actually tired at times. You swing the bat that much, no matter who you are. After you swing it that many times, that quickly, you just get worn out.
Do you remember who won it last year?
Can I have initials, please?
Teoscar Hernandez.
Oh, yeah,
correct.
That's right.
T.H.
Yeah, Teoscar Hernandez.
Yes,
Nice.
I know.
Nice.
I was just making sure he's paying attention.
Yeah, and I remember that they said it last night.
Still on HB2.
8 o'clock, the time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne. Little Jackie Papers is on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt is monitoring the Callier and Thompson phone lines. 314-974-0101. The program's called TMA. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Hey, 101 ESPN, 8 o'clock hour is brought to you by Fisher Window and Door Store. The program is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Little Jackie Papers, Jackson Burkett on the ones and twos, Chairman Kurt monitoring the Collier and Thompson phone lines at 314-974-0101. And you, of course, can watch the program and talk it over with other TMA listeners at youtube.com/TMASTL. And from Brown and Crouppen, joining us is Ed Hermann. Morning, Ed. What's the word?
Hey, how's it going? Yeah, I'm solo today. Brody is in Florida on vacation.
He's vacationing.
He is vacationing without me.
Where in the Florida area?
He's in Seaside, sort of the northern area, near Panama City, I guess.
We can't get straight answers from Jackson on things right now, so we're starting to wonder if he's a spy. So it's nice to ask a question and get a straight answer.
They used that
I try to get straight
I
answers.
believe, for the Truman Show. Did they shoot part of that there?
They shot the whole thing there. That's what it looks like. It looks like one of these perfect little idyllic towns.
It is a party. It's got a little ice cream shop and then a little grocery store. It's like a dollhouse for grown-ups. It's perfect.
Yeah, they're all driving around in little golf carts and whatnot. Yeah. Meanwhile, I'm here with you guys, and I'm happy to be here.
Okay.
You don't enthusiasm, though, doesn't necessarily.
Yeah, you know.
Doesn't sound like it.
And I thank God it's the radio, too. You notice I've got a sty in my right eye.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Oh, my God, yeah, and it's healing
now.
Yeah,
now I do.
Oh, my God. 3 days ago, I looked like Rocky Balboa in the first one. Yeah. You know, it was totally closed, totally swollen. And I kind of dug it. You know, I kind of liked it. I liked it. You know what? I kept staring at kids and looking at their horrified faces, and it made me happy.
Yeah, you look at me.
You know, they were like looking at me like I'm a freak, and what happened? And
now, how do you get those?
You know, bacteria, I guess.
Just an infection of some kind?
Yeah, I know.
Is it contagious?
No, not contagious. Not like pink eye or anything like that.
No,
It's not like I pooped in my eye.
Or hot?
Warm compresses, antibiotics.
Back a little bit over here.
Yeah, but there must be something better to talk about than my sty.
Well, you brought it up.
Well, only because I'm looking at myself. They've got a monitor in here, and I'm trying to see how visible it is.
Do you think New Yorkers turned to Mike Francesa for movie reviews? We played a clip of him. He did not enjoy Superman. Do you think New Yorkers are wanting his movie take?
I'm not sure if they want his movie take or not. I think people will take a take from anybody willing to give one. I went to see the new Superman movie, and I didn't like it either.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, I thought it was terrible.
Okay.
Because I don't like these things. It was very thin on story. And I didn't think the special effects, some of them were good. There's a thing where these buildings are kind of falling onto each other. It looked very realistic. But in the opening sequence, when we're introduced to the dog, Super Dog, Crypto, whatever his name is, and right out of the gate, he looked as fake as can be. And I'm like, come on, if you can't get the special effects of a dog in a fight, you know, a flying dog, and you can't make that look real, then why am I even watching this movie?
I think I would probably ask myself, why am I at a movie where there's a flying dog named Crypto?
Yeah.
No offense to you or anyone else.
Listen, I think if it had been done well, I wouldn't have asked that question. I would have said, thank God I'm here watching a movie about a flying dog.
Do you like the Marvel movies?
I've not seen most of them. I got full disclosure to the audience. I don't really care for a lot of these superhero type films, although the exceptions being the Dark Knight, I think, is a brilliant movie. But to me, that's not even a superhero movie. That is a real movie with ethical and moral dilemmas, and it's a thinking man's, kind of superhero movie. I also thought that the original Spider-Man with Tobey Maguire, number 1 and number 2, were pretty good. But I haven't seen all these other ones.
I'm surprised you went to Superman. You just kind of wanted to see what it was all about.
Yeah, I went to it. Jeremy Corey is a good friend of mine, and he's co-hosting that, the new podcast with Brody over on 590, and he wanted to go see it, and I thought, well, I'll go see it. And I took Brody also, and the guy who played Superman, he was fine. And the gal who played Lois Lane, she's a cutie pie, that Rachel Brosnahan from
cutie pie, James.
From
I like that
Mrs.
term.
Maisel.
You like that?
I do like
it. Oh, she is. Because you know what it is? If you call someone a cutie pie, it allows you to still comment on someone's appearance, but it's still societally acceptable.
Yeah. Right. It's not too creepy either.
It's not. I'm not trying to be creepy with it. I'm not interested in her like that. But it's hard not to be charmed by her. She's got this little bundle of energy, and she's very pretty. And I liked her. I thought she was well cast as Lois Lane. But I don't want to ruin anything for anybody, although
I'm not
that's
see it.
really not my fault. But they changed a fundamental thing about Superman's purpose for being here on Earth. And I thought it was a liberty way too far beyond. It took it away from the original creators. I think you have to have some loyalty to the source material, and to take such a dramatic turn, yeah, I didn't favor it. No, not good enough.
Speaking of bad movies, have you seen Grown Ups 2?
You know what? I think I did see Grown Ups 2.
Oh, my
not a
God.
good film.
Oh, I stumbled upon it on Netflix this week.
Are you looking? Can't get over it.
The absolute worst thing with the greatest cast and the worst movie ever put together.
You know, sometimes just a group of guys get together and they're having a great time making something because they're all friends.
I guess.
And then all of a sudden you look at the final product and you're like, man, most of our laughs were just between each other off screen. And once they were filming, we weren't that good. Meanwhile, Happy Gilmore 2 will be coming out on Netflix shortly. Is this something we're all excited about?
I fear for Doug it could fall into that same category.
I don't know. I'd watch it. I don't know if it'd be any good or not, but I'd certainly watch it.
I'm hesitant on it, I guess, is the in my mind, I don't think it's going to be good. That's what I'm thinking. I certainly will watch it. There was when I was watching the Home Run Derby with my son last night, Ed, I think they ran a commercial for it, and he was all excited. He likes the first one, so he's excited. But in my mind, I'm worried that it's not going to necessarily be too great.
I feel like, to me, the first one is kind of a legendary modern comedy. So it's not going to be the first one. That said, I mean, I'm kind of excited for it. You know, I mean, I've been disappointed by almost every single movie that I've seen in years. I mean, seriously, honestly, as I think about it out loud, I don't know the last time I left something thinking, wow, that really was something.
I think the good stuff is all on Netflix and HBO these days.
Yeah, I think television, in the last 25 years, I think television took over as this is where you go for the really good quality entertainment. It's not the movies anymore. I think when The Sopranos came out 25 years ago and you had this litany of shows between The Sopranos and Mad Men and Breaking Bad and even The West Wing, and all of a sudden Curb Enthusiasm, television just took over. It just got better, and it really hasn't let up. Because I still think now all of the most interesting stuff to watch is on TV.
I got a question for you that Jackson is passionate about. I recognize he doesn't have a microphone, but I can represent his position on this. There are television shows that come out and they do one release per week. And then there are television shows that come out and then they just release the whole season at one time. Currently, The Bear would be an example of that, with that new season being released all at once. Then you have other shows, the one that we talked about when John Hamm was on, Your Friends and Neighbors, that was 1 week at a time. Do you have a preference on that?
I do. I like the option of binging, but some shows are not really bingeable shows, and it doesn't mean that they're not great shows. Apple does their episodes one at a time, and they let you savor them. You know, so when they released Ted Lasso, which was like probably my favorite of the shows, I like that it was one at a time because I wanted to savor it over a longer period of time. And they did the same thing with like you say, the new John Hamm show is an Apple show. They did that with the morning show as well. That's just how Apple does it. Shrinking also, which is, by the way, a great show. If people have not checked out Shrinking, I had no idea Harrison Ford could be that funny. But about in the middle of season 1, he has an episode where he takes a bunch of edibles. And it may be the funniest thing I've ever seen certainly the funniest thing I've ever seen Harrison Ford do. But if you haven't seen that, check that out. But some shows aren't bingeable. Severance is another Apple show. And I've watched both seasons. You cannot binge that show. Every episode is just too slow and dense. And it's not to say bad. It's really rich. Mad Men was like that. I couldn't ever watch more than one episode at a time, but I could watch one episode every night and go straight through the whole series. But then other shows, man, they just go down easy. And I need to watch the next episode right away. They always give you that little hook at the end. Yeah. And then you're like, you just want to go to sleep. But now I got to watch at least the first 5 minutes of the next episode.
Have you seen Waterfront?
No, who's
Waterfront?
I don't know if I've even heard of that one.
Probably no actors or actresses you've heard of, but it's it's one of the hot series on Netflix right now.
Waterfront.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Do you guys see that?
My wife is watching.
Based on a true story.
Yeah, I have not seen it.
Let's see what's going on in the comments.
Uh-oh, here we go.
Oh, no.
And I don't know. But at the same time, you've done this, for the years you've been on the program. You don't give a damn what's in there.
Oh, no, I do care.
No,
but
I know.
I don't care if it's positive or negative.
That's what I'm saying.
No,
you don't care if it's negative. That's what I'm saying.
Everyone's just trying to have a good time, right? I just want people to be happy. If yelling at me makes them happy, then yell. You know, that's fine.
Well,
Get
if
it out
that
of your
premise is
system.
true, then this audience should be unbelievably happy because they just crap on us all day.
Exactly.
So-
And then it makes them feel a little bit better, and you guys don't mind. Yeah, see, people are asking about Brody. I'll let him know that you asked. He is on vacation in Florida.
Yep.
Seaside. In Seaside. Now, I will let you know, if he were here, he would tell you that they recorded the pilot episode of Wrestling on the Spectrum. Normally it will air live, but because he was going to be on vacation and because it was the pilot, they wanted to kind of get it locked down. It's already available now where you get all your podcasts, Wrestling on the Spectrum, but it will be on the radio Saturday at 11 a.m. for those who want to listen to it in the more
I was going to break down the weekly comings and goings of the pro wrestling
I listened
world.
to the first episode. They covered, Goldberg's retirement match.
Doug, did you
from
watch
Saturday
Goldberg's
night.
retirement match on Saturday night?
Doggone it, I missed it.
Ah, jeez, Doug.
Well, he was making his big speech there at the end, and then they went to commercial.
There you
right
have
in
it.
the middle of it?
Yeah, that's how those things work. Well, years ago, what was it? Sinatra was giving a speech from getting a Lifetime Achievement Award at like the Grammys, and they played him off, and it's
They
like
played the chairman of the board
played
off?
the chairman. It's
Did
like,
they
what,
really?
You're giving a guy a Lifetime Achievement, and oh, by the way, it's Frank Sinatra. You let the man speak. You
I
don't
can't
cut
believe
the man
that.
off.
I feel like I would have heard about that. That
That's
really
a long
did.
time ago. Yeah.
Holy
They tried to do
crap.
that to Jim Valvano when he was dying of cancer.
Yeah.
At the ESPN. Remember that?
His
Oh, yeah.
famous, not during his famous
Yes.
speech.
Oh, yeah.
They tried to cut him
Oh,
off.
yeah.
They did. He goes, there's some guy back there right now with a flashing red light saying, I'm going over like I give a damn about time right now. I got cancer all over my body.
God.
And then he did some Italian
People have
F off.
that bad of an instinct.
Yeah.
Right.
It's like, pay attention. Let
Right.
life
Read the
unfold.
room, son.
Exactly.
They've been
gotta
told
read
you
the
get out
room.
on time. That's it. You get out on time. Doesn't matter what's going on.
Yeah. So what's hot now? I want to know.
And you were down on the hill, right, Brian and Crouppen?
Yeah.
I do have a little bit of housekeeping. Tim, do we have time for
Of course.
housekeeping
Housekeeping season.
I like housekeeping.
So, well, yesterday during the show, the text line, which is undefeated, we just read it as if it's the gospel, and they said, you guys aren't talking about Missouri Baking Company closing this week. And so I reached out, and it's not closing.
It's not closing.
Right, but there has been some legal back and forth
between
going
Anthony
on there.
Favazza and the other owner.
The bakery is currently involved in a lawsuit. We hope to continue business as usual. The bakery has been closed this past week for the annual vacation and reopens today, Tuesday, with normal business hours. So the texters were concerned that it was going away. There is a legal battle
No,
going
but
on.
I think they resolved it. I think there was an article yesterday that came out. She's out. I think it's going to be at auction, and the main bidder is expected to be Anthony Favazza,
Who
who
has
I
the
assume
lease,
owns
I believe.
Favazza's. Yes, he does. And my guess is, unless somebody else comes in, and I don't know why somebody would to try to run up the price or outbid him, my guess is he'll get it and keep it going, which I hope they do, because
That's an
Missouri Bakery
institution.
is an institution, and within the institution, they have a product called the Chocolate Drop.
Yes.
It sits right behind them on the counter. They make them all day long. Years ago, when I was on, used to do Great Day St. Louis, we would go out and get to try to do different things, like fun stories instead of just being in studio. And I got to go back into their kitchen area or whatever, their baking area, and I got to make a big batch of those chocolate drops.
Did you?
And let me tell you, these things they are the best evidence of the existence of God of anything that I've seen. They are the best treat. They used to only be $1 a piece. Now I think they're maybe $2 a piece. It's a little bit more expensive. It used to say it was the best dollar you could spend in St. Louis. There was nothing you could buy, maybe on the planet, for $1 that would give you as much satisfaction as a chocolate drop from the Missouri Bakery.
What was in that thing?
It's just a very round, small piece of almost like pound cake. Almost like a black and white cookie, but fresh. Little piece of pound cake with just the best chocolate fudge across the top, and that's it.
It almost eats like the top of a cupcake.
It is
You just
that's
slice
exactly
the top
right,
of a
and it's the
cupcake off.
sheer simplicity of it that it doesn't matter young or old. Anybody can eat it. Everybody can enjoy it. It's the best thing you can
Frank
get.
would
in St.
often need a
Louis.
cigarette after he had
And
one.
that's what when I knew that they were running into problems. Honestly, like
stocked up.
I thought about throwing my hat into the ring and buying the bakery. And I thought, well, that wasn't my dream, but if my purpose in life is to keep those chocolate drops alive, that's sometimes how purpose presents itself.
Why don't you buy that land across from Ragazzi's, close to Brown and Crouppen, and do something with that vacant lot there that's just begging for some
it
development?
really is. Well, from what I have been told, the person who owns it is asking an unreasonable price for that land. And I guess no one's willing to pay it yet. I really wish that they would do something with it there, because just sitting there. Now, Andy bought the little warehouse that sits next to Ragazzi's. There's a warehouse there. I don't know if you drive past, you'll notice it. He purchased that, and he's going to put a kind of a car club in there, which will be kind of a car club, for people that have like maybe an extra car, an exotic car, a classic car, don't have anywhere to store it. And, it's good to bring people together. It's a little community. There are going to be areas in there to keep it. He's going to put a little loungy area. It's kind of like a little private hangout for people that want to do that.
Interesting idea.
Yeah, I'm going to keep one of my cars there. I figure I want in.
You want to be in the club?
Yeah, I don't know. Be on the outside looking in. I want in. Although he's already told me he's not cutting me a price. Yeah,
oh, really?
I'm
no
full,
deals?
Full price. Full price.
Huh.
I told him I'd have it no other way. I think I'm going to let him off the hook by saving me a couple of shekels every month. No.
Yeah, then you're indebted to him. You don't.
Yeah, I don't need that. I don't need that.
Ed Hermann, Brown and Crouppen. Brown and Crouppen is the presenting sponsor of TMA, online at brownandcrouppen.com. Always good to talk it over with Ed. And once again, Brody's podcast, Ed, where can people listen? Wrestling on the Spectrum.
Check it out. Right now it's available on Apple, Spotify, iHeartRadio, Google. And then on Saturday, 11 to noon, you'll be able to listen to it on 590 AM.
There you go. Wrestling on the Spectrum with Brody Hermann.
And don't forget to listen to Three Lawyers Eating Sandwiches. The Iggy episode should be dropping.
Oh, is that right?
Have you recorded it?
I was texting with Iggy about it
a couple weeks ago.
Was he real upbeat and cheery?
He was exactly as you would expect him to be, and it was a good episode. I believe it will I think it debuts next week.
Now, let me ask you this. And Iggy is currently in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, so he can. Oh,
fantastic!
But did he get into? He always says when the Post-Dispatch calls him for comments on radio experiences, they leave out his quotes. And this is on some past radio ownership that he has dealt with, not Hubbard. I mean, I realize he got let go here, and that sucks. But he doesn't have any ill will toward Hubbard. But other operations, he does, and he felt like that would always get neglected. Did you guys get into any of that in the conversation?
I don't remember that coming up as a topic. That said, we allowed him to talk about whatever he wanted.
I know you guys
no
wouldn't
editing.
Yeah, I know you wouldn't.
Because we're just too lazy to edit is really what I think what it boils down to. We just want to run with it and see what happens. Oh, thank you. According to Jake, I was pleasant today.
Jake in St. John. Ed was pleasant today.
How about that? Isn't that nice?
I never consider you to be unpleasant.
I think some weeks I tend to be a little bit more opinionated than others.
Edgy, opinionated, but never
it just depends
unpleasant.
what energy I come with in a particular day.
Why don't you bring some drops next time you're here? I mean, if you want to. You don't have to do anything, but...
Oh, chocolate drops?
Yeah.
Yes, you know what? I mean, I should bring you guys a box. Have you not had them? Seriously?
Oh, I have never had. Oh, my God.
Oh, my God. All right. Well, then listen. Really? Then my mission has been
Doug
set
won't
before
eat
me.
it. He'll shame the rest of us.
Are they low calorie?
No.
Well, let me say this. If you only have half of one, you've cut the calories in half.
Okay.
Think about that.
All right.
Think about that.
I'll take
Makes a
that
lot of
half.
sense.
You know what? It does make a lot of sense.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think in my journey, that's something that I've learned. There's nothing that you can't have if you really want to have it. Just have less of it.
Cut it in half, take it home, and eat it again another day.
Just do it that way.
Right.
It's not the worst idea.
It is not. No,
Chocolate drops coming.
At least there it is.
There's Iggy. Iggy just said hi, Doug. You see that in the Michelob Ultra YouTube? There he is, right there.
Maybe Joe Lordo's listening. He might just bring a box over right now. You never. That's how Frank used to do it. Boy, I hope Carl's is listening because we wouldn't mind a cheeseburger in the next break.
And
the food would arrive.
And speaking of food, if you don't know how to find the Three Lawyers Eating Sandwiches podcast, that also is going to be broadcast on 590 AM starting next week. I believe Tuesdays at 3:00.
Doug, there it is.
There you have it.
You're all over the place.
We are
diversifying.
Do you have any shows on KMOX you want to mention?
Against the people's will? Listen, it's important for us. It's honestly, it is important as advertisers. We have to be everywhere, but we're there live. You get all these other law firms that are not from St. Louis, and they just want your business. They just want your money, but they're not doing anything in the community. They just take the money from St. Louis and they go spend it in Florida. That's where Morgan & Morgan is. They're a Florida law firm. Their money doesn't recirculate in the St. Louis businesses. Their money comes from here and goes to Florida, and it recirculates in Florida. But if people would like to see their money recirculating here in St. Louis, it's very important to hire companies that are actually here in St. Louis. And we're not just like here in name. we are, we're eating in these restaurants. We're supporting the restaurants. We're supporting the local radio programs. That's how you do it when you want to be local, when you want to appeal to the people here. Because why wouldn't they? Why would people want to hire somebody 1,000 miles away?
I actually don't get that. I truly don't. I mean, I realize you're the presenting sponsor of the show, so people probably.
I think people don't know.
But I mean, I really.
I don't think that they know.
I guess. I mean, so just from a business is case by case, but in this particular case, if you're talking about legal, I don't know the answer to what was your rhetorical question.
No, they hire a few people that are in St. Louis, and then they try to present themselves like, oh, we have a St. Louis office, and look, we're going to sponsor the Cardinals. Like, yeah, they sponsor the Cardinals so that they can stick a logo on a billboard. We're season ticket holders. We're at the game every night. We're actually, we're not just, doing it for appearances. We do the actual work, and that requires I come in here on Tuesdays, or Andy comes on here on Tuesdays. I go to 590 on Wednesdays, and I do Cam Jansen and Jim Hayes. We do the Three Lawyers Eating Sandwiches with guests, and we had Devin Alexander on this past week.
You had him on too.
Yeah, 3-time. Well, you did. Yeah, that's right.
But he's doing a lot.
And he mentioned us at the, which I was really grateful.
Yeah, he actually thanked Brown and Krupa for supporting his foundation.
I thought he was a great guy.
He really is. And he's trying to do stuff in the city. And he said, if you're boxing, you're staying out of trouble. And he said, they're not going to get in the ring at the championship level, most of them, but it just gives you self-esteem. Yeah. It's something to do.
Some discipline.
I thought he was just a very gentle guy. Yeah. I was really impressed with him.
I always say, you really let yourself go. He looks exactly the same as he did when he was in the ring.
He's fighting 20 years ago.
He went to Vaughn and he said, I put my head down. I stayed out of trouble. He said, I was so afraid to go into jail. He said he's never been in one street fight. And I said, I would hope people wouldn't mess with you. And he said, I was afraid if I hurt somebody, I would be in jail.
Yeah. So, I mean, I thought he was terrific. And, of course, and we also had Steve Ewing on. A lot of people know him from Steve's Hot Dogs. He also has those that grilled cheese place now in the Foundry. So, oh, my God, we had him on. You can get a hot dog flight at Steve's Hot Dogs. It gives you 8 half hot dogs of every, 8 different types of hot dog. So we ate these on the show. Delicious, but my God, I was sick for days.
You ate all 8 hot dogs?
I ate some of each one because I had to. Listen, this is what I do for my art. I do all this just so that if people are in an auto accident, they know to call us. That's it.
That's it.
I know it seems like a leap from Ed ate hot dogs and now I'm hiring to be my lawyer, but trust me, just go with it. It makes sense.
BrownandCruppen.com. Ed Hermann, always appreciate the time, Ed. Thanks so much.
Take care, guys.
Thanks, Ed.
The program is called TMA, and it is presented to you by Brown and Kruppen, and you are welcome to participate in the conversation. Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. 213 friends are in there talking it over, including stepdad Gary, Doug, Joseph, Jake and St. Genevieve, DJ Patty Cakes, and Ken Iggy Strode. They're all in there at youtube.com/TMASTL. You're welcome to text in, and Jackson is saving and updating names today and tomorrow, kind of a Christmas in July thing. So if you don't have a name saved in the Air Comfort Service text inbox, 314-399-9646. And this is, this text is a long time ago, but Jackson said, to a texter, can I update your name, friend? How about that?
Friend?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yes, that'd be kind.
Yeah, and did he take you up on it?
He did not.
Yeah, he doesn't want one.
But maybe he will now.
Okay, fair enough. So if you don't have a name saved in the Air Comfort Service text inbox, text in 314-399-9646. And, of course, you can call in as well. Collier and Thompson, sponsor of the phone lines. Martin, could you tell the people about Design Air Heating and Cooling, our sponsor of the email today?
Design Air, longest running sponsor on TMA. They bring you that email of the day at the end of the program. You can pest us if you're listening. It's the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That is the email. Design Air is a family-owned business. It's been around for more than a century. It's going to get hot again. Guess what? August will likely be hot. September will probably be hot. Make sure the air conditioning unit's working right. If it's not, maybe it's just a tune-up. A quick check. You can do that by going to designairservice.com. If you end up needing a new HVAC unit altogether, Design Air is a company that's going to stand behind their work for years and years to come. That's the beauty of a company being around all this time. They've got employees there's been some polling. I actually looked this up one day. They've been voted the best place to work several times. So the employees are happy. The customers are happy. You roll it all together. It's the place to go for your heating and cooling needs year-round. It's designairservice.com.
There it is. Design Air, sponsor the email today. Send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Doug, I don't know if this would follow under radio wars or television wars, but we've got some shaking up going on in the industry. I'll have that story for you on the other side of the break. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Now, this is 1984, Doug, as you know.
I don't know the years.
And it's Boy George and Culture Club. Kind of had a tough spot there. They were really surging. And then Boy George started going out with the drummer, and it caused a problem when he also started going out with the guitarist. Oh. And the band fell apart.
Is that true? Is it all internal dating?
Yeah. He was dating everyone else in the band? And they were all gentlemen?
That's correct. So that's how it fell apart, and part of me kind of thinks that's how TMA is going to end as well.
I was just going to say, here it comes.
They had some mega hits back then.
What's your Mount Rushmore of Culture Club songs?
I can't give you the titles, but once
Karma
they come
Chameleons, George
on,
Washington.
I can start singing.
I mean, Miss You Blind, Time.
Church of the Poison Mind.
Church of the Poison Mind. I guess that's probably the Mount Rushmore Culture Club. Okay. We'll talk more about it in the 10 o'clock hour. I think that's when we're scheduled on the Stiefel dossier.
Clearing the Deck, Culture Club, Mount Rushmore.
That's correct.
What was the biggest hit? What was the original?
Karma Chameleon.
Yeah,
that's what we were playing.
That was the original?
Yeah. And it was filmed, looked like St. Louis to me. It was on the Mississippi River, and it was supposed to be in the mid-1800s on a riverboat, and I suppose it's all believable until Boy George appears, and I don't know how that would have played in the mid-1800s.
Oh, Do You Really Want to Hurt Me? That's the one I was thinking of.
So you don't like Jackson's Mount Rushmore Culture Club?
I thought Do You Really Want to Hurt Me was the first big hit. I don't know. I'll look it up.
Could be.
Talk amongst
I just
yourselves.
wanted to bring some Boy George energy to the program.
Because
is he still around?
Sure.
Yeah, he's going to join us tomorrow at 9:30.
What's he doing now?
What's he doing?
Still walking up and down that river?
Yeah, he's probably doing some river walking. Probably moved to San Antonio. They got a nice river walk situation.
I'll tumble for you.
Yeah, it's another one.
Doug, I'll tumble for you.
No, thanks.
Yeah, I don't know what that means. I feel like it's a double.
And you think
entendre.
that's how this show's going to end? You're going to start dating the other guys?
Oh, so you're saying I'm Boy George? Thank you. I consider that a compliment.
So wearing that hat.
What do you wear, a top hat?
Yeah, and then like a lot of beads.
A lot of beads.
Where were they? Doug, I deep teased this, and I got to make sure I deliver on it. FS1 is making sweeping changes.
FS1. Okay, who's on there now?
Hot start.
Who has been on there? Is that a Skip
That's what
Bayless
Colin
vehicle?
Cowherd is. Skip Bayless was on there. Then, did he retire? Did he get let go?
I think he got pushed out. Wasn't he part of the allegations even? I think there was some stuff.
Joy Taylor, and Joy Taylor is out, along with a bunch of shows. 3 shows gone. Breakfast Ball, The Facility, and Speak will all be ending. The only show they have is The Herd with Colin Cowherd. And then I guess first things first with Nick Wright, Chris Broussard, and Kevin. Do you pronounce it Wilds or do you pronounce it Wildis?
I've never tried. I've never tried.
It's wild. Wildis. Maybe. I don't know.
Those are the only shows that will remain.
That's a lot of holes to fill. It is. I mean, 3 shows.
Craig Carton, Martin, Mark Schlereth, Danny Parkins. Used to be in Kansas City, Chicago native. I believe the drop People from St. Louis Suck, I believe, is Danny Parkins. And he was on our program, I think. I don't know what we were arguing about.
Well, St. Louis sucks.
Hey,
and
come
the people
on.
in St. Louis suck.
Hey.
People from St. Louis suck.
Oh, come on.
Emmanuel Outshow, LaShawn McCoy, Chase Daniel, James Jones, Paul Pierce, Michael Irvin, Keyshawn Johnson, and Joy Taylor all had shows, all gone.
I think the fact that none of us really knew these shows is kind of a bad sign, right? Speak.
Aren't they on like right now? How would we ever get to watch
Well, they're
it?
on all day. I think The Facility, Speak, Breakfast Ball. How will you remember the era of Breakfast Ball, Doug?
I won't remember it at all. I didn't know it was on now.
Breakfast Ball.
Andrew Marchand of The Athletic believes that Craig Carton, who, for those who aren't familiar with his incredible success, I mean, he had a hell of a run in New York City, and then he had the gambling issues, got out of jail, and then went back to WFAN, then left to go to FS1, would be going back to WFAN. Tiki Barber currently has that show, and
oh no.
And he replaced Mike Francesa.
And of course, Doug, you might remember this exchange between Tiki and Mike.
Sure.
But Tiki, are you coming back to football because you miss it, or are you coming back to football because you just had a big failure in broadcasting?
It just seems unfair for that to be the opening question.
And then yesterday, this came up somehow yesterday, we played the extended cut, which included Tiki giving it back to Francesa.
Mike, your question is leading. And, you know, a lot of people will say that you don't do a good job at what you do because you badger your viewers, your listeners. You badger your interviewers.
Tiki, that's ridiculous.
Mike,
that's subjective. I have a tremendously successful broadcasting career for a quarter of a century.
Okay.
Gosh.
I mean, certain that happen that you can't overcome. That's one of them right there that will haunt him.
What was that?
That was
He's being
Francesa
interviewed.
calling in.
Yeah.
For whatever reason, he kept.
The guys on the show are too chicken ass to tell him that he's
dialing
beeping
while
like
he's
crazy.
talking.
They did that for like 10 minutes.
Now, there is talk that another friend of this program, Martin, could be going to FS1. Hey, K. Adams.
Oh, really?
The pride of Nick's Pub.
Awesome.
Worked with my wife. They were both waitresses at Willie's in Columbia, Missouri, so many years ago. Hey, K. Adams could be making a move from, I guess she's on FanDuel Sports now. She occasionally pops up on the monitors here in the studio. I guess when we have FanDuel on from the Blues or Cardinal game the night before. But she could be going to FS1. But I don't feel like that thing's ever really gained real traction. So I don't know if it's a
FS1,
good
you
move.
mean?
Yeah, right.
If I were somebody that Danny Parkins left a pretty popular Chicago show to go there, I'd make sure I get a long-term deal because it feels like all of those shows, Breakfast Ball, the facility, all just started.
I was reading that yesterday when we were flying back, and I was reading it right when that news broke, and I thought both exactly what you said, Martin, about Danny Parkins, and then the same thing with Carton, and considering Carton had the success in New York that he had, and I'm sure he's making, very healthy money. Parkins, same thing. He's a star in Chicago and did a hell of a job in Kansas City as well, that they had their representation, made sure that they had the I's dotted and T's crossed, so to speak, that they can immediately return to their homes.
But that's a lot of shows to fill as well. I mean, what's the program? I mean, you can do that, and then what's the plan? But you're right, FS1, I think, has tried for a long time to be the alternate ESPN, to the point they would steal as many ESPN people as they could, and it just has not been a thing.
Well, Hey, K. Adams would be a good play for them because she's just outstanding, I think. I'm surprised she's not doing something bigger than she's doing right now.
My guess is FanDuel took care of her with the cash. God bless, so who gives a damn? And then on top of it, as we notice, she's doing the show from like her kitchen a bunch of times.
It looks like it. Yeah.
Trust me. That's valuable.
She seems to have a lot of
somebody who
latitude.
lived in Jupiter, Florida, and did the show for 6 months down there in 2021. It was when I was talking when I was a free agent. KFNS was like, "Well, we can offer you can stay in Jupiter and do the show." I'm like, "Ooh, that matters. That counts." So for some things, if that's your priority, to be able to live and travel wherever you want and do the show, that's got real value to people these days. So I don't know. And I mean, she may be under contract. Who knows? But the other talk is that the front office sports cites Jason Whitlock. I don't know why he would be the source, but he is saying that NBA podcast with Matt Barnes and Steven Jackson,
Up in smoke.
all the smoke.
All the smoke.
Yeah. And then
Maybe
Tony Reali could be coming back. How about that? Max Kellerman.
They always go after ESPN people at Fox, so that could fit.
He's interested in absolutely everything, he said. So he's taking a good negotiating position.
It's always good. In the afternoons on FanDuel, it's Golic and Golic, and their father and son, and you know that because if the show comes on, the younger one just says, "Hey, Dad, the whole show." And I said, "That's enough, Jimmy. Just call me Mr.
I haven't heard that in a while.
Because I'm telling you, if you could watch a little bit of Golic, and both had, Mike Sr. had a long run at ESPN. I guess Junior had a run there But he says, Dad, it's the only show I've ever watched where it's constantly, hey, Dad, I was watching. Hey, Dad, do you think...
Martin, the irony of you bringing that up is, while I was out of town, I was with not only my wife and our 2 kids, but my brother's wife was down there and his son, and my parents were there. And that show was on one afternoon, and I don't know what I was doing, but not really paying attention. And it was Golic and Golic. And my dad goes, you ever watch this thing, Timmy? I go, I wouldn't watch this crap. And I guess I was thinking, I wonder if Martin would lead into an impression of my father with Golic and Golic, and here we are.
And it's not just because it's father-son, it's because he says, Dad, the WNBA ratings, Dad, the Super Bowl, Dad, he just...
How did Joe handle it when he was working with his dad, Joe Buck, Joe and Jack? How are they... I felt like he's talked about that before. He didn't call him Jack, but he didn't call him anything.
I don't think you have to say...
Right.
You're like, hey, we're moving into the 3rd inning here. Hey, the Reds bullpen's getting active. And on that show, my outside critique would be you could simply say... Okay, the ratings are in for the Super Bowl. All right, the top 10 quarterback. But he consistently says, hey, Dad.
My stepdad and I used to paint each other's chest.
Martin, that of course, is Post-Dispatch columnist Tony Messenger, who filled in on our program one time and started reading the text inbox and was surprised by what was coming in.
He has to regret not only the appearance, but reading that.
Yes,
Nicked him.
Daddy, I did.
He got nicked.
Kind of like the Frank Opinion reads of the text line, right? Or were they emails?
That was an email that was
laying around,
that was sitting around. I see Jackson scrolling for it as we speak. And Doug, wouldn't that be a treat?
It would be nice.
It gets called for on occasion too.
No, pitch out, nobody going. Pitch out, nobody going. No. What I miss most about Tim's absence is his 9-year-old boy's sense of humor and his ability to stir up crap with callers and coworkers. That's from your mom's lesbian lover. Doug, your mom's lesbian lover is writing into the air service text inbox.
Festus called in one day, Tim, and people just had enough. He again wanted the email address, and we again had to kind of spell it out, and people just couldn't take it.
They got upset. You can email in Pestis the morning after at InsideSTL.com. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. That's coming up at 10:45. At 9 o'clock, Tony Russa is going to be with us here on the Stiefel dossier. Looking forward to talking it over with the skipper. That is coming your way at 9 o'clock. And we recommend that you support the sponsors. That's how this program has been around for as long as it's been around. The listeners support the sponsors. When it's all said and done, it's the only thing that matters. And we ask that you do business with companies that you hear advertising on the show, such as James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. Doug, I get in the rental car right from the airport.
What happened?
I'm on I-95 for all I would say a minute and a half.
Okay.
A rock hits the windshield.
Oh, no.
And immediately cracks it.
Oh.
And I text James Carlton.
Oh.
I mean, right there. And he is on top of it. He actually contacts the rental car companies immediately. He's on just like that. Just like that. And I guess that falls under the category of act of God. Is that an act of God?
Force majeure?
Oh, I like that. Yeah. So you get hit with that. But James is on top of it, just like that. I mean, that's the kind of service that you get. I'm telling you, there is a huge difference. And now that I work with him, I wouldn't go back to anybody else. It's that good. It's not just James. It's his entire staff in Webster Groves at the State Farm Insurance Agency. It's carltoninsurance.net, or you can call 314-961-4800. James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. Tony Russa coming up at 9 o'clock. The program's called TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA YouTube channel.
There's a Schnucks in your neighborhood. I can just about guarantee that. You can stop by for all your grocery needs. There's also other things happening there. There's sometimes music. They've got the grill going, many of the locations. The butcher's always friendly. Want to put something new on the grill, talk to the butcher. It really is the neighborhood-friendly Schnucks, and they keep dropping the prices on as many items as they can. Way too many to mention at this point. Well over 2,300 that are dropped, not just for a day or a week. These are permanent price cuts. They're trying to help with your grocery savings, which is tough to do these days. Stop by, find out more. Digital shelf tags also alert you to other specials throughout the store. And if you download the Rewards app, you get notifications, things that you often buy. They'll make sure you know if there are any added savings available for you. You can do the curbside pickup, delivery. All of that can be done with the Rewards app. When you check out, make sure you type it in and get that money back. Build up the savings every time you shop. Savings you can count on every single day at your neighborhood Schnucks.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. New York Jets wide receiver Garrett Wilson has agreed to a 4-year, $130 million contract extension. That makes him one of the highest paid receivers in the NFL, sources tell Adam Schefter last evening. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
It really is a big culture club Tuesday here.
Yeah.
Did you say precious kisses want to burn me?
I think so. It's a whole lyric.
It's a wonderful lyric. Tony La Russa with us at 9 o'clock. This is an opportunity for us to talk it over with Larry Nickel, Doug. Because
okay, great.
You go Larry Nickel, and then you go La Russa. That's the Martin. That's the tale's oldest time.
Jackson is shaking his head.
So I got 2 sassy texts, and then my response was, "We plan on going to you after the break," to which he promptly got off the phone line.
Ooh. You and Larry need to go into the squared circle.
That or couples therapy. I don't know what's going on. It's not a...
Can you read the sassy text today?
Yeah, I'd love to. I guess Tim forgot about me again, ? Followed up by, please let Tim know that till further notice, I will quit calling in if he forgets about me. And then to which I said, we plan on going to you after the break, and then he hung up.
Oh, no.
Sounds like he is a little banty at this point.
Well, then at least we have time to inform you that Boy George is currently starring as Harold Zidler in the Broadway musical Moulin Rouge in New York City. That's what he's doing now.
Nice.
We ought to go up there and see that this fall. You love New York in the fall, I remember.
Let's take a Broadway run.
All the time.
Let's take a little run on Broadway.
Doug said one day, maybe off air, on air, I don't remember, you couldn't pay me $5 million to live there. And I said, it would be worth a shot.
I would not be interested, no.
Jackson, please stop treating Larry like this. That's from That's Called Taxes, Doug, in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
Listen, I provided the evidence. You can come to any conclusion you like, but I think I'm in the clear. I don't know.
Doesn't Larry have representation that can fix this impasse? That's from Rusty Pecker.
I don't know. Does he? I'm not sure.
I have to ask him when he calls in.
I'm not sure.
Can Doug just fill in and give the raw update? That's from Just Don't Press Push. You want to fill in for Larry?
I wouldn't know what the update is.
He's upset.
Well, there was a guy with a chair, and then somebody got mad, and then people booed, and then the other guy came out and they cheered, and then the guy who got booed actually won. Tune in next week.
I got a text saying, I don't like being on when people listen on the replay. I don't know what that means.
I don't like being on when people listen on the replay. I don't like being on when people listen on the replay.
Okay.
Well, we'll try to figure it out while we talk it over with Tony La Russa. Jackson and Larry are going to go to couples therapy.
Something's
got to give here.
Larry's a really bright guy. Makes sense.
We'll have Tony La Russa next in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. This program is called TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan here with you to talk about aesthetic, design, and build. They've been building high-quality custom decks and outdoor living spaces in the St. Louis metropolitan area now for over 30 years. Dan and his team have a showroom in Chesterfield Valley, and they walked me through all the different types of custom work they're capable of doing, from a full-on custom deck to adding on a pergola, or even looking to shade your covered patio with retractable screens. They really do have answers for it all. If you are ready to take your outdoor space to the next level, Dan and his team at Aesthetic Design and Build have you covered. Just go online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com and let them know I sent you their way. You can also call them at 636-532-5008. That's 636-532-5008. Or just check out that showroom in Chesterfield Valley like I did. It is really impressive to see what they can do for your outdoor living space. It is a significantly impressive upgrade for your home. It's aestheticdesignandbuild.com.
It's the morning after, and it is presented by Brown and Crouppen. We are now in the 9 o'clock hour here on Tuesday, July 15th, 2025. Our 9 o'clock hour is presented to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, and little Jackie Papers on the ones and twos, and a big event. I mean, I'm telling you, this is just first class what is going on at Stiefel tomorrow. Martin, Tony La Russa putting together one hell of an event, and he's joining us right now on the Callier and Thompson phone lines to talk it over. Good morning, Tony.
Yeah, good morning. And really, it's a bunch of us that have come together. Not just me, but it's a bunch of us, and we're getting excited because it seems every day, especially this weekend, that the fans are understanding that we're actually doing it for them, and they're responding.
And it's a tribute to Walt. It's a tribute to Daryl. We've talked a little bit about it. Remind folks, though, what the format and who the key players are.
Yeah, because more and more guys keep signing up to come.
Yeah, we're going to have, on the stage, there'll be like 5 guys on each side of the intermission, one for the Daryl 2000 and 2002 period, and then 5 different ones for 2004, 2011. But in the audience, man, you got, Brian Jordan's going to be there, Ray Langford, Skip Schumacher's going to be there, Jason Mott. I mean, we're going to, by the way, Scott Spiegel, Ryan Franklin, but they're going to be there. And then a good friend, Dave Stewart, who really wants to be there to honor Walt because he had become very close to him. So, I mean, people are going to see players all over the place, plus a lot of the alumni for the Cardinals.
And then on the dais, so the collection representing those different eras, Mike Matheny, Will Clark, one may swear, one may not. We've got a Woody Williams in there. Then later you've got the David Freese and David Eckstein, which is interesting. Those two became friendly because they have the common bond of being World Series MVPs. How about the layout, though? To walk folks through, because I think there's also music and entertainment, correct?
We're doing comedy, but no music. There's just no time for it, man. We got a full program, and we actually have a couple of things that we're really happy with. For one, we've had donations, so that we're going to have a real large group of veterans and first responders as guests, and their man and our man, Tom Satterley from the Delta Force, the hero of Mogadishu, he and his buddies, he's going to make a presentation to start the second half. But we actually begin the first half coming out swinging because we'll recognize Jack Buck. Joe Buck is the MC, so we're going to do something with some of Jack's calls, and one of the most famous is Ozzy's home run by the Wizard, and so Ozzie Smith will be up there with him. Grabowski's also going to have appeared on to talk about his Hall of Fame induction. So, I mean, believe me, it's a full thing. But the idea is first that the players, there'll be some video of the players, and the players will talk and give fans some insights, and then we'll go each time to the first Daryl in the first half, and then we'll do something with Walt in the second half.
Cardinals celebrate championship. It's Wednesday night, tomorrow night. Stiefel Theater, 6:45 is when it starts. The box office there is only open on days of event, so I guess some folks could buy tickets, walk up day of, but also at Ticketmaster.com. And then you were down at Ballpark Village over the weekend. Some folks buying tickets that way. What was the interaction like? What was the buzz from the fans?
I think they're excited because, I'm stumbling along with this because it sounds kind of like contrived and a sales pitch, but it's not. The thing we're doing is that we have a lot of fun together going over our memories, and we just felt so connected to the Cardinal fans that the idea during the opening of the season when we were together was, man, we ought to do something to be sure the fans are included, and we want to make sure that they understand the greatness of Daryl as a teammate and Walt as a general manager. So what's happening is I think the fans are getting that. And by the way, since you mentioned, since tomorrow is an event day, the box office will be open at 12, and that's really the best way to buy a ticket because, Ticketmaster is tough to get through and they charge a fee. But if you just come down to the box office anytime afternoon, you can buy the ticket for its value plus, I think, a $4 charge.
Jim Edmonds is going to be there. He is. Timmy told me he's no longer doing media, so I may ambush.
Did you put in a request?
No, that was opening day. He told me no more media for Jimmy Ballgame. Tell me about that relationship. Did you guys ever have a shouting match? I said you guys are like father and son.
No, I never got to that. It was, Jim knew. I keep using this word because it was ingrained in me from the beginning, and it's something that I would never violate. It's called trust. You've got to earn the trust of the players and then hopefully the respect. And if they trust you, like Jim did, he knew that whenever I had an issue, it was something that was based on my affection for him and respect for him, but we needed to make sure we got distractions put aside and got back to work.
You think he's a Hall of Famer? There's some people think he should be in there.
I do. I really do. I think his statistics are, when you combine the production and the defense, I mean, it really looks really strong. And I'll tell you the other guy that, you guys know better than anybody, we're going to have some fun with Will Clark. You look at Will Clark's statistics, and they're, as far as I'm concerned, they're Hall of Fame worthy.
Yeah, I think Edmund is the greatest defensive center fielder I've ever seen. I didn't get to watch a whole lot of Ken Griffey Jr. play or Willie Mays or guys like that. Did you ever see anybody play center field better than Jim Edmonds?
Well, we had Dave Henderson, who was a great center fielder, and I think the point, this is something that I expect will be talked about tomorrow, so fans get an insight. Jim, I hope, will talk about how he made those plays. It wasn't like he's sitting there like a cigar store Indian and all of a sudden the ball goes up and he runs and gets it. I mean, he was paying attention to the inning, the hitter, the pitcher, the count, the score, and he would be shading one way or another depending on what was happening with that at-bat. And so that kind of attention and anticipation is why he made some of these plays where if you looked at him at 1 minute, how do you get that far? We probably started drifting that way, and I hope he explains it tomorrow night.
Will Clark, career batting average 303. I bet you he could probably still slap a single to left. I bet if he got up there right now, just knowing Will the Thrill, the skipper in town, the big event, Wednesday night, Stiefel Theater for Cardinals Celebrate Championship. Matheny, Morris, Woody Williams, Langford, and Jordan will be there. Ozzie, Joe Buck, and David Freese, and Matheny will. I mean, it just goes.
So
Edmonds,
good.
Izzy,
It's
Rabada.
so
It's unbelievable.
good.
If you're a Cardinal fan, this is, and it's the perfect week because it's the All-Star break. You and I talked on the TV side yesterday. Midsummer Classic. You managed 6 of those. 4 and 2 is the record. And I think it's become an exhibition back in the day. But I think back in the day, the National League took it serious and the American League didn't. Wasn't that your early indication when you started going to these games?
At my first exposure, I was there as a coach, like in '84 and then '87, and it wasn't until '89 that I had a chance to manage one, and it was real obvious. I mean, they're stealing bases and they're manufacturing runs, and the American League was up there just slugging. And when the American League started playing baseball, and I know Tom Kelly actually won in 1988, that then it became a true competition and more fun to be a part of, and I think more fun, more entertaining with fans. I don't want to forget to see it, by the way. At the end of the day, the fans may remember our comedian, Tom Cotter, because I've been around him 2 or 3 times. This guy is clean, so the kids could come, but he is nonstop funny. So I think that's a big part of what they'll enjoy as far as the evening.
Will you get up there behind the mic and roast some of the players, or what will your role be?
I was taught that you try to have a strategy for everything. And what I've noticed in something like this, if I don't have a strategy of roasting them first, then I'm just a target and I'll get roasted. So I have the microphone at first, so I'm going to actually set it up to where we have some fun. Put the guys, I've already got my idea for Matheny and Woody Williams, and so it's if I can do that, so they'll have to defend themselves and they won't have time to get on me.
Yeah, that works. You got to throw a few jabs early.
When Matheny was managing, did you guys talk much about that role? He was in that position for a while in terms of dealing with, all that comes with that job. Were there many conversations about that?
Well, you may have heard this before, but and this is really egotistical. But when the fans come, there's a program, a booklet, and I'm hoping they read it because I personally wrote the bios. Because I've always gone to these things and they're not way too dry. It's just like Wikipedia, and everyone has a personal side as to why they're there that night. In Mike's case, I called him the unofficial captain, which he was. And once he started managing, here it is, a guy that had no managerial experience, and he set a record for a first-time manager getting into the playoffs 4 straight years. And I've said it probably 100 times. His one-loss percentage when he was fired was .555. And I'd give anything to add 30 points to mine to have to .555. So, I didn't. He was very successful, and he was because of his experience. But a lot of the intangibles, man, he is such a powerful, respect-earned and trusted guy. And he's also adds a third part of caring. You got to care about each other so that you have that relationship. And then that's who Mike is. And by the way, that's a lot of the guys are going to be in that room. The guys sitting down, guys on that stage. That was our mutual kind of calling: earn respect, earn trust, and care for each other.
The 2007 All-Star Game. What comes to mind?
Oh, you son of a gun.
Clip that off.
You had to do it, didn't you?
Yeah, I should have thought of something. See, I usually try to offend you first. So,
well, we did talk about it, and I mentioned earlier in the show we would go over some All-Star moments, and somebody said, you have to ask him about 07. Like, we talked about it yesterday. You called it, the biggest regret or mistake of your...
Oh, yeah. Well, there's things that haunt me more, like going into World Series and losing 4 straight games in Boston. That one haunts me. But as far as a managerial strategic mistake, the 07 finale, when we had gotten a big rally by the National League to close it, and the bases were loaded with 2 outs, and I had Albert sitting on the bench, and I didn't pull the trigger on him. Once he emerges, the place, even there are millions of people watching that, it would have been a matchup that would be discussed to this day, no matter what happened, and very likely with Albert's, ability to do something dramatic. He, got a base hit to win the game, and I screwed it up. I really did. I didn't get the moment, and it bothers me to this day. And I tell you about the other one about pinch hitting for Cal Ripken is not one of my favorite memories either.
It was the 91 All-Star Game. You said that Albert still brings it up to you. He still reminds you of that.
Almost every time I see him.
I imagine there are times, even though you have other coaches with you, there are times the game moves so fast that it just kind of gets away from you. If you probably think if you had another 10, 15 seconds, you'd do things differently. That probably happens frequently, doesn't it?
Can I answer that properly?
Sure.
One of the things that you learn is the what-if game. And from the minute you start the game, you what if. And so actually you slow the game so much that you have plenty of time to get a decision. So I had plenty of time to think through that one. And the bottom line was Albert was the last position player except for a catcher. And I thought, if this game gets tied and we go in extra inning, we're going to have to suspend it if somebody gets hurt, because I'm never going to pull one of our pitchers. So I had plenty of time to think about it. I just missed it, man. It was a dramatic moment, and I messed it up.
Tony La Russa, our guest here on TMA, is with us on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. And a huge event. I mean, this thing is outstanding. Tomorrow night in St. Louis at the Stiefel Theater, you can join Tony and so many Cardinal legends to celebrate the championship seasons from 2000 to 2011. You would, what I think a lot of people, and I think a lot of your players loved, and I think a lot of fans fans really love, looking back on it, the intensity. We didn't take it personally if you would jump us, because whoever asked you a question after a loss was going to get it. It didn't matter. But there was always that intensity. But that could be after like a Tuesday night game in April against the Marlins. So when you mentioned the 2004 World Series, Tony, and how that one bothers you, is there one that stands out? Because to me, as weird as it might sound, I would think losing in 4 straight, even though that team was great, would be less painful than, say, if what Ron Washington has to deal with from 2011, for example. So reason, if you can, through the experiences of getting swept, or say like the Gibson home run when you're managing in Oakland, and how those compare and how much those eat at you.
See, I'm going to try hard not to call you clueless.
Ouch! You just got Nick.
Clip that off.
That'll play forever. Might be a promo.
I had to take a shot. Well, because in the end, that 2004 team, look at our one-loss record, and we had beaten San Diego. We had this wonderful, very exciting series against a very good Houston team.
Yeah.
Very dramatic, the home run by Jim to make it go to 7. We beat Roger Clemens, and that club, when you look at that lineup, but the only thing that was true that you can't talk much about, because when you start to explain, it's an excuse. And by that time, we had lost. Carp did not pitch in September, and guys like Woody and Matt Moore, their cannons were hanging.
Yep.
So but when you get swept, as good a season as we had, then it comes out like you're not competitive. And by the way, the other one that happened to me in 1990. We were the A's were in 3 World Series. The first one was Gibson. That one didn't bite as much because the Gibson home run was a competitor. And then they had Hershiser, and it worked out for him. But in 1990, we got swept by Cincinnati.
Mm-hmm.
And when that happens, man, whenever I see it, I blame the manager and I blame myself for not getting the team ready.
And yet you had walk-off, what Tim was asking. I don't want to get called, what did you get called? Useless? Clueless. Yeah.
But useless could be a synonym, though.
But walk-off, back-to-back years, both times, Klein on the mound, 0-1, Arizona, 0-2, San Francisco.
Womack and Lofton.
Those are, man, how long did it take to get over one of those?
Well, here's an example. Did you see Klein invited to this event tomorrow? That's really. I'm just trying to get a laugh because I know that I've got no humor and I'm trying to change my thing, but no, Klein. He's a beautiful individual, and the fact is that he gave it up twice. And the way I always look at it, he was the guy that was selected to be out there in that clutch moment because he had been outstanding for us. And sometimes the other side is trying to beat you, and they beat you. So I don't blame Klein, although I just use him to get a laugh.
Whenever his name comes out, no matter how many years he pitched and what success he had, all we can think is him giving you the finger in the bullpen.
The finger.
And then the skipper ran into the shower
to chase him down.
The boys still. Now, when the guys get together, that's one that comes up a lot.
I would think it might. Yeah.
You were joking there about wanting to show your humor, which people over the years, I think, figured it out because the early clips of you just after the game, kind of intense, ticked off, whatever, then they got to figure out your humor. You always said that Bill Belichick had a good sense of humor and that he just chose not to show it to anybody. I don't know if I've asked you about him coming back. How much have you talked to him about taking that Carolina gig, and were you surprised he did that?
Well, I knew he wanted to coach. I never thought about college ball, but when you talk to him and if you read enough about him, by the way, he's got a book out now called The Art of Winning. It's one of the best I've ever read, and he has roots in college ball. He talks a lot of it, so it doesn't surprise me. But what I said about Bill, I think he's probably, and you take all the professional team sports, and you take the very best in every one of them, the highest, the best, in my opinion, the best coach would be Bill Belichick based on his record. And if you're around him, his ego is totally in check. You sit down at dinner, he won't talk about himself. He'll talk about you, sense of humor. It's just that when he gets up there, two things happen. He doesn't trust the press to take a mistake, a comment and make it a bulletin board thing. And he's always very careful about giving the other side any edge. So it's interesting because that's his style. If you're around him, you would be surprised. He really has a great personality. He's a great friend, and I'm lucky to know him.
Tony La Russa, 4-2 in the Midsummer Classic All-Star Game tonight, by the way, on Fox, Tim. Of course, you knew that. Coverage starts at 6. The event tomorrow night, it's a dead night in sports, perfect night to celebrate Cardinal championships at Stiefel Theater. 6:45 the beginning. Box office opens at noon. And come on down, see the show. David Freese lives in Austin, Texas these days, so it's great to have him back recounting some of those memories. It's going to be a hell of a night there at Stiefel. Tony, thanks for hopping on with us.
Well, believe me, the chance to get the word out to the fans that you provided me is much appreciated. Thank you.
We appreciate the time, as always, Tony. Great conversation. Thanks so much. Looking forward to tomorrow.
All right. Thanks a lot, guys.
That's Tony La Russa with us here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 101 ESPN. Always enjoy the conversation. Yeah, what he's putting together tomorrow night, I mean, that's something else. That's something I'd sit there, I mean, a podcast of that, you know? You'd love to have that. That'll be outstanding. And then with Joe hosting it?
He said it was opening day. Remember, he came by the show when Tim nearly died.
That's right. I fell through the days.
Yeah. And somehow forged on and did the show.
Thank you.
But he said that day or two around the ballpark that Morris was there and Matheny, and they just started telling stories, and they were talking about, and I think even at the time, Walt's health was not great. And they started telling Daryl Kyle stories, him and Edmonds, and they said, man, we should do an event. So it just started by them sitting around BS. And I mean, the popularity of podcasts right now is what? People sitting around BSing
100%,
and telling stories. And it's clear that that's what people enjoy. And that's what this is going to be. I'm just amazed. I mean, God bless Joe, who can handle anything on a headset, calling Super Bowls, because it's a lot of coming and going. With, all right, here's Woody Williams. There's Mike Matheny. Okay, get out of here. Where's Edmonds at? Where's Oz? You know, it's going to be
chaos.
Yeah,
but it's going to be great.
Yeah, but Joe can handle it. And Tony was serious about these, like the program that you'll get on the way in. He said people always copy and paste, and which is true. If you ever do an event, you guys, and it'll have your picture from like your first communion, and it's like Martin hosts a show on 1380. Like, well, that was 15 years ago. And he said I didn't want them to look like they were straight out of Wikipedia, so he personally wrote each bio of each player that's there and what his perception of Mike Matheny, David Freese.
Yeah, that's great.
And even Ozzie Smith. He said, look at that guy's career, 19 years of doing what he did. So he's trying to add a lot of personal touch. I'm going to be there on the TV side, but I'll get to take it in as well. I am going to make a run at Edmonds and just say, hey, Jim, you want to talk? And I think we'll roll on it just to see if he tells me. I don't do media anymore. I think ballgame maybe makes an exception tomorrow night.
I think I'd bet that the answer will be yes.
In that moment?
Yes, in the context of that.
What if I say it's only about gardening? What if I were farming?
Farming? Yeah, you might.
I think he only wanted to do the one interview when he talked about leaving the Cardinal broadcast.
I know.
Martin will get him tomorrow. Let's hope.
And he had a lot of farming to do.
The fans really want to hear from you. And then you get them to
suck it, Doug.
Stop it, ball game.
And then you get them going. You start with the fans, Tim, and then you go, okay, are you still sideways with the organization?
The old bait and switch.
Yep.
314-399-9646. That's how you can text into the program. Air Comfort Service, sponsor of the text inbox. You can call in Callier and Thompson phone lines 314-974-0101. And of course, watch the program and talk it over with other TMA listeners at youtube.com/TMASTL. A former Cardinal, great personality from this former Cardinal, did an interview yesterday and told a little story about what took place in the 2013 NLCS between the Cardinals and Dodgers. We will have that anecdote you will want to hear coming up on the other side of the break. It's TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA YouTube channel. Man, we have some great local businesses in the St. Louis metropolitan area, and here is an example of yet another. Dents Express, family-owned and operated right here in St. Louis since 1992. Gray Wilson and his team are the go-to experts for paintless dent removal, whether it's hail damage, door dings, or those annoying shopping cart dings. What I love is these guys aren't just good, they're experienced. Their techs have been with them for over 20 years. That means you can trust the people working on your vehicle. They offer free evaluations. No appointment is necessary, and they'll even handle everything with your insurance. That's right. You drop it off, and then Dents Express takes it from there for you. They are open Monday through Friday from 9 to 5 and located in West County. Call them at 636-227-5050 or just swing by and tell Gray that we sent you their way on TMA. That's Dents Express, St. Louis's leader in hail damage repair.
Boy, this Jackson, he's really hitting the Culture Club hard today.
Is it somebody's birthday?
No. But it is an ode to Boy George.
Why?
Just an ode to Boy George. I don't know, I played the first song and I liked it, and I'm going to keep rolling with it.
Well, fine. Calm down. Mount Rushmore of George's.
Washington,
Curious.
for sure.
Costanza.
Yeah. Ooh, great call.
George Michael.
Foster.
Both of the Sports Machine and Wham.
George Michael's Sports Machine slew high.
Yeah. Always goes back to the University High School, doesn't it, Doug?
Boy George was, what year was he, Tim?
George Clooney. Boy George, of course.
Larry David as
George U-High, yeah.
Larry
Classic
David
baby.
as George
Cornfield
Steinbrenner.
wasn't a big fan of his outfits.
Kept him on the team, though. It's TMA, and it's presented by Brown & Crouppen 101 ESPN. You can watch the show at YouTube, youtube.com/TMASTL. Michelob Ultra is the sponsor of the YouTube chat. 202 friends have gathered, and they're talking about it. Jake and St. Genevieve's talking about Ozzy and Tony. Yeah, they're getting along. They're doing the show tomorrow.
Yeah. I think they're cordial. I mean, I don't think they'll ever be best friends the way that whole thing went down. But yeah, I mean, if Ozzy were dug in and still had a big beef with Tony, he would not show up at this event.
That's correct. Iggy's in there along with Adam Welly, John Cusick, and Jake and St. Genevieve all in there talking it over. You can talk it over and watch the program at the same time. It's also how you can go back and podcast and listen to the show in addition to the 101 ESPN app and the TMA STL app. 2 different apps, same content, brought to you by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers. And the podcast is brought to you by Schaefer Door Company. Doug, you know something about Schaefer Door Company? I think you do.
Well, I think a lot of people should, because most everybody, unless you live in a carport, I guess, has a garage door. And if something goes wrong with it, it is the largest moving part in your home. So from time to time, things are going to go wrong. The first name that should come to mind is Schaefer Door. That's who I call, because they've got the fastest service out there. They'll get right to you. They've got a special Monday morning standby service for the garage doors that break over the weekend. Also, if you run a business or warehouse and have those big, tall, giant doors, yes, Schaefer has experience in those types of jobs as well. I'm going to go ahead and spell the name for you now, because there appears to be some confusion about that. Schaefer, Schaefer, and their website is schaeferdoor.com. Now I'm going to give you the phone number. Maybe jot this down. 636-782-3608. You didn't jot it down. Here it comes again. 636-782-3608. The business has multiple family members that have worked there for a long time, big enough to get any kind of job done, small enough that when you call them, a real person will pick up the phone and get you taken care of. Plus, their service techs, not commission-based, won't try to sell you something that you don't need. The website again, schaeferdoor.com. Schaefer Door is a LiftMaster partner.
People are texting into the program, and man, we were grateful. The largest moving part in my home is my love whenever I hear Doug's voice. That is from the 314. So it's kind of a nice tie-in to your endorsement of Schaefer Door, but then this listener's endorsement of you.
Okay, I'm not buying it. You'd have to really have a mansion to have any kind of part that's bigger than the garage door, though, right? What could be a bigger moving part than a garage door?
Oh, what's this? Oh.
Martin, that was Joe Strauss's reaction to Carlos Martinez's Twitter favorites getting out. There's always a story behind the drops, and there's a little anecdote right there.
But Joe's voice there sounds like he could have been a character in the Muppets. Doesn't it sound like a Muppet? Jackson, if I could hear that again, Joe Strauss reacting to Carlos Martinez.
You can say, oh, what's this? Oh.
From what I heard, these things are a, quote, pony show.
Here's the Plowhawk talking about ponies. Here is Joe Kelly on the, I believe we've been the targets of Petros and Money in L.A. Joe Kelly, former Cardinal, also friend of the show, talking it over regarding the 2013 NLCS, and he and Yadi Molina approach to pitching to Hanley Ramirez. I'm anxious to hear this.
So I get ready for my start, which is like game 3 of the NLCS, and Hanley's on a tear. He's in like 670, whatever he's doing, carrying the team. And Yadi knows Hanley. He's like, hey, he's not very tough. He's a big ass baby. So I was like, all right. He goes, whatever we do, I don't care if there's bases loaded, nobody out. He's like, we're gonna pitch him in. He goes, I'll set up right behind him. Like, if it goes right by his jersey, who cares? You get 2 strikes, you're down 3-0, we're pitching him in. Like, we gotta stop this guy. You better not miss. He's like, if you actually hit him, oh, well. He's like, I'll rip his throat out before he even gets to you. So I'm like, all right. So it's a 1-2 count, and he calls fastball in again. I'm like, all right, fastball in. And it got away from me, and there's a guy on second and third, I think, at the time. And I was like, hit him, which didn't think he was going to get hurt. And I guess it sucked him good, right? So obviously he gets on base, 2 outs. I get the next guy out. But he runs back out the shortstop the next inning, right? And he's like holding the side. And Hanley's like, and Yadi's like, we got it. Like, you took care of like our whole like game plan. Like, now we're going to make him feel uncomfortable, because the game before, no one was pitching him in. No one has even established him. And so this is the old school thinking of Yadi. And so we see Hanley go right back out. Hanley like takes a ground ball and is like holding the side. And then he calls time, and the trainer runs out, and then he runs off into the dugout, and he's gone. And Yadi comes up to me, he's like, you see? You see? Like, he doesn't want to play the rest of the game. Right. But Yadi's a savage, bro. I love that guy.
Yadi's a savage, bro. I like that.
I love that insight, that you know that he is weak. He's on a tear. And so we got to throw inside because it's going to get in his head. That's the kind of stuff. I realize you look at the statistics, if you're going to be sitting there judging a Hall of Famer, that's the kind of intangible. And I think you can already see the impact of not having Yadi or Molina around here in St. Louis. That's the kind of instinct that he knows. He's mentally weak. If you throw inside on him, it's going to cool him off. You can go back to another NLCS, and Bob Forsch threw at Jeffrey Leonard when he was unstoppable in the 1987 NLCS. Doug, you remember one flap down?
I do, yeah.
And I've heard multiple guys who played on that 87 team said the Cardinals would not have gotten to the World Series if Bob Forsch doesn't just throw at Jeffrey Leonard. And it changed the course of that series. I think the Giants, I know they came to St. Louis with a chance to clinch it. They might have been up 3-1, but at the very least, they were up 3-2 coming to St. Louis, and the Cardinals won both those games. The Cardinals and Dodgers. Cardinals were up 2-0 in that series, and then were able to win it in 6 in 2013.
We'd be pretty upset if the Cardinals had a hot hitter and somebody threw at him and hit him in the ribs and knocked him out. If they'd done that to Pujols or something. But
Wilson Contreras isn't happy that the Cardinals aren't throwing at guys as it is.
Yeah, well, no. It's okay if we hit Ramirez, so I don't care about that.
Even though Contreras is no longer a catcher, signed to be a catcher, he is probably the closest thing you can get to Molina in terms of fiery and just kind of always pissed off and like just emotion. Yadi might have kept his emotions in check a little more, had that savage stuff behind the scenes.
Well, right there, he's like a manager on the field.
Yeah. Right. But I think in terms of like nobody messes with us, that Molina always had that. Contreras is the closest. He's not on as good a team, clearly, but I think he does have that persona.
It looks like maybe the guy they drafted the other day, Liam Doyle, he might be that kind of guy.
He has some Joe Kelly energy.
Yeah, yeah.
And Joe Kelly, just kind of, he thought he was kind of the nerdy, quiet guy, and it's just over years, you're like, oh my God, tons of personality, character.
He's great. I'd love to see him get into broadcasting.
Yeah. Or like start a podcast or something.
He's more of like a barstool
media
type, I think, with his sauciness, maybe. Not as buttoned up for like a network TV job.
I could hear stuff like that, though, all day.
Yeah.
You know, like inside baseball kind of stuff like that.
Someone threw a battery at Jeffrey Leonard from the bleachers. He called St. Louis a cow town. That's Jake from State Farm. This is one of those things
I got it wrong for years.
Urban legend. It was actually Chili Davis.
Yes.
And when Edmonds and I were doing our show, I think we had Jeffrey Leonard on. We either had Chili Davis or Jeffrey Leonard on. And, you know, they corroborated, we might have had both of them on for that matter, corroborated that it was actually Chili Davis. But Jeffrey Leonard was the one who Cardinal fans were hating. The team was hating. And so Jeffrey Leonard got blamed for the Cowtown comment, but it was actually Chili Davis's handiwork.
Mm-hmm. And the one flap down really just upset everyone, Doug.
Yeah, that's nothing these days.
Yeah, running around with one arm down. Oh, my God, stop it.
Really showing us up out there. What's he doing? Got his arm down?
Nowadays, the Cardinals got players flapping their wings as they're running around the bases. Wonder how that would have played back then.
And then Sean Murphy responded by doing it himself when he was running around the bases this weekend.
Yeah, hurt our feelings.
And he had Pozo through his bat to Sauget.
It is 9:45 in St. Louis. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. The program is called TMA. It is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. And coming up on the Stiefel dossier in the 10 o'clock hour, we will have our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. That is coming up at 10:45, and you can email in for that. SEC Media Days are going on, and a coach who came up from behind and grinded on a recruit down in Baton Rouge. Doug, he spoke yesterday and tried to explain to the assembled media and fans how important the game is against Clemson. We will have that for you. Okay. In addition to Lane Kiffin is now taking shots at other coaches. We'll tell you and have the audio of who he's now taking shots at. Also in the SEC. That is coming your way, and Greg Sankey explaining why the college football playoff expansion has not been agreed to yet. That is next, because college football, Missouri and KU, that's less than 50 days away, much less Central Arkansas. It's all coming your way here, and I can't wait for college football. This is TM8 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The MLB All-Star Game will be right here on 101 ESPN with a 6 p.m. pregame, 7 p.m. first pitch. Tarek Skubal will be the starting pitcher for the American League, while Paul Skeens will be the starter for the NL. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Oh, Miss Me Blind. Miss Me Blind. Culture Club. 84?
I don't know the years, Tim.
Eli Drinkwitz is speaking at SEC Media Days on Thursday, Martin.
My understanding is, the Mizzou players and coaches are Thursday. They always put Mizzou early in the week, right? Now, Thursday.
Got moved to Thursday. So the last day. Brian Kelly of LSU, famous for grinding on recruits when they visit Baton Rouge.
And developing a Southern accent as soon as he got that job.
There's a guy from Southie in Boston. He spoke yesterday. LSU is opening up the season with Clemson, and he breaks down this the importance of this one.
Brian, you talked earlier this offseason about circling the Clemson game. How are y'all talking about that first game in a way that's maybe different than you have the past few years?
Yeah, that's a great question. We've made it a specific goal. Goal setting is something that we're all very familiar with in college football. Everybody talks about goals. We've made this a specific goal, and a specific goal meaning it's tangible for our guys. If you go through our weight room, we've got a Clemson paw print on the bags that we hit every day. It's on every monitor in the building to go 1-0. And I think it was important to have a tangible, specific goal for us to start the season. And I think it's important. Our kids want that. They can taste it. I use the analogy that, when I work out, I like to have a clock in front of me so I know what the time is and when it's time to finish or to finish strong. And that's what this is. This is a clock in front of them saying, this is where we start this. And then it becomes 1-0 every week after that. But it's tangible and it's specific.
Okay. Oh, nice sounder there at the end.
What the hell does that mean?
Oh, you're not happy with Brian
What does that mean?
Kelly?
Is the clock, the motivation is the same as the clock in front of you while you work out? What does that mean? And this game is their clock. It's a dumb analogy.
So you're fed up with him.
He's weird, man.
That's a good take. He is weird, man.
He's really weird.
He left Notre Dame because he wanted to win championships, and then Notre Dame's playing for a championship. I think
he was mad at Missouri for scheduling them for homecoming 2 years ago with Jaden Daniels, but Martin, you might recall, it wasn't homecoming. So yes,
and it was going to be like 50 degrees, and he was like, make sure you bring your Columbia jackets. Going to Columbia, it's going to be cold, bring your Columbia jackets.
Every once in a while,
what the hell are you talking about?
Every once in a while, there's people and how they carry themselves. I'm not mad at him. I just say, might be an alien.
They can taste it.
Maybe he's an alien.
Meanwhile, he makes about $10 million a year or so.
I think the stat is they haven't won their opening game since 2019, something like that.
How about that?
I think I need to look it up, but there's something. I mean, that's why the question was about when, and they play big time opponents.
Florida State a couple of years ago, I remember that.
2019, I would say the greatest college football team of my lifetime.
Certainly the best
2019
offense.
LSU.
Was it a great question, or is he in mode now where he wants to be friends with everybody?
That too. It was. I mean, it was a
great
fine question. It wasn't. I wouldn't call it a great question.
Well, you hear Saban's thinking about coming back, and he's going, "Oh boy,
yeah."
We might come back and do a reunion tour at LSU."
You can hear the footsteps.
How about that? Greg McElroy saying that people very close to him saying that Saban wants to get back into coaching.
Really?
Yeah. That was what was owned in the SEC Media Days yesterday. Saban coming, he'll be 74, or he is 74.
He looks great for 74.
He does, but he does such a damn good job on game day. I'd hate to lose that. But, he didn't say come back and coach at Alabama. Didn't say come back and coach college. I mean, he could want to come back and coach the Battlehawks for all we know. Is it just like coaching just to coach? I mean, Spurrier got into coaching in one of those leagues. Stoops is coaching, and then, you know.
But I think that's more of a part-time. Like, you can do that UFL.
Right.
Like, Stoops, I think, just does it for fun. Like a college or NFL, that's year-round.
Yeah. If you go back to the NFL, Coach Tua at
he didn't have much success in the NFL when he was at
Miami. That's what I was about to say.
Yeah.
We go back to Miami. I don't know. But Greg McElroy isn't like, you know, Twitter take guy.
I thought one of the reasons he got out of coaching is because he hated the transfer portal and the NIL.
So then
and
I don't know if he would go NFL. Like I said, he said coaching. He didn't say specifically what it would be. One of his former assistants is Lane Kiffin. Lane Kiffin, Doug, he enjoys these sessions. He enjoys the Twitter tweets and taking shots at his fellow coaches. He has decided to set his sights on Hugh Freeze. And what's going on here, Jackson? Hugh Freeze?
Something about fishing?
Fishing and golf?
Golf.
Is he weird, man?
Lane is certainly Lane. Hugh Freeze is weird. No
So we got a lot of weirdos in the SEC.
Hugh Freeze is weird. And I don't know if they're friends or they hate each other. I'll let the audio do the work.
Okay.
You're directing at Hugh Freeze. Was curious what the message or thought behind some of those posts were.
Well, someone said that coming in here to me. I like Coach Freeze, so I think they think that was something to do with, like, I was fishing and it was golfing. That really wasn't that. I have a thing with him going back a few years ago when he, like, posted a picture, like, in response to me of, like, some 2-pound bass or something like that. So I've kind of always posted bigger fish pictures back towards him, so that had nothing to do with his golf game, which sounds like he's doing amazing at that. So that's great for him.
This is what the SEC media days have
I'm telling you, dude. It's like Love Island.
This is like sophomore lunch.
I know. It's crazy.
Sounds like one of them.
These guys are like the highest paid employees in each of their states.
Yeah. One of them posted a picture of a fish he caught, and the other guy thought it was a small fish, so they kept. Now they're posting pictures of bigger fish
and golf scores.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Hugh Freeze has been taking some heat for the multiple rounds that he's been playing this year, including 10 rounds in June.
Who's keeping track of that?
I don't know.
Well, you can, if he's posting scores, you can always look up
I guess
handicap indexes.
But it's not. He's not like the president. Like it's the summer.
You know, I think they had 3 highly touted recruits that decommitted in June. So then when you pair that with a bunch of golf outings,
this is Chairman Kurt giving context.
Thank you, Kurt. Appreciate that.
Okay,
doing the work.
Well, a lot of times they get invited to come do golf tournaments for sponsors, and
why you apologizing to this guy?
Season ticket holders.
You wouldn't be posting your score from a scramble.
You don't see drink out on the links.
Well, he was at in St. Charles just a couple weeks ago, right?
That was for show.
1st of June.
He's focused.
I can't wait to hear what Drink has to drop. If this is what's getting the clicks and the conversation, he's pretty in tune to all that. I'm being serious. I think he might say, all right, these guys are all sniping. What do I got? I'm not going to poke Kelly. Maybe I'll go after Beamer. You know, like, have a little something ready.
Yeah, it's a weird deal. While I was out on vacation, my dad and I were BSing, and he goes, "You think Missouri's going to be good this year?" I go, "It's weird because." Whereas the last few years, I've felt really strongly on their win totals over 2 years ago, under last year. I don't feel like I have a sense for it, and so much of that has to do with the quarterback situation. Well, their possible starting quarterback, more likely backup quarterback, was drafted yesterday.
Yeah, Dodgers took Sam Horn like 17th round, I think.
In baseball to the L.A. Dodgers. Sam Horn in the 17th round.
If you're him, and it looks like you're going to be a backup again for the guy that got at Penn State, why wouldn't you sign with the Dodgers and say, all right, I'm out of football, I guess?
I guess some could say if you have a really good season this year, your stock can go up way more, and the signing bonus you get signing in the first round or second round as opposed to the 17th is considerable.
He's a junior, or is he a senior now?
I think he's going into his senior season.
Has to be.
Yeah, believe that's the case.
I think he has 2 more years of eligibility, but I could be off on that. Either way, I was reading Gabe DeArmond writing this week on Power Mizzou, said some people he really trusts said that he stood out in spring ball. And so the fact that they haven't announced a quarterback is not just ceremonial.
Redshirt junior.
That's what I thought. I thought he had 2 more years. I don't think that they would So the issue being, if you're trying to analyze Missouri, like I loved the over on their win total in 23, and I loved the under on their win total last year. This year, the win total in Las Vegas is 7. I have no idea where to go on it.
Yeah.
I have no idea. And going back to what I'm saying about the quarterback situation, it's about the fact that you don't know not only who the quarterback is, but what are you going to base it on, the 8 throws that Bo Prabula had in Madison, Wisconsin last year, or the handful of throws you've seen from Sam Horn? You have no idea what you got. And I think going forward, it's going to be more difficult to project teams year in, year out because the roster turnover. It's such a different deal. I like it in the sense that you don't go, okay, crap, Missouri, as a Missouri fan, they lost their guys, so we're going to have to wait a few years before they're back. Year in and year out, you can have a whole new thing and a whole new era, but the era lasts for one season because then those guys become free agents, as it's currently structured, which then got into what Greg Sankey, the SEC commissioner, said yesterday regarding the state of college athletics. Here is the SEC commissioner, Greg Sankey.
Let me be clear, from my perspective, college athletics is not broken. College athletics is not broken. It is under stress. It is strained. And the answers we seek are tied into the complexities that have been referenced over time. I went back and read my remarks from this podium or others over the last few years and pretty consistently have identified the challenges ahead with some of the decisions that we may have to make. I don't think the answers come from courtrooms completely. They don't come from commentators or commentary. They don't come from those outside sudden experts with their newest idea. Those of us in higher education, embedded in college athletics, know the intricacies of what's in front of us. And we all have to continue to adapt and have adapted as we seek to provide life-impacting opportunities and lifelong memories for young people across our nation.
That was a lot of word salad there.
Sounded like he was running for office.
He's concerned about higher education. That's funny. Wonder how many of these players are actually getting a higher education.
I wondered what sounder Jackson would use, because it was about higher. I thought maybe there'd be like a school bell or a library book closing. Yeah.
No, I stuck with football.
Yeah. No, I noticed.
SEC has not announced whether or not they're going to have 8 or 9 conference games for the 2026 season, and part of that is because there's still negotiation going on as to what the college football playoff will look like, and now the Big Ten and the SEC are going back and forth. Essentially, those two conferences are determining the future of college football, and Sankey talked about that situation yesterday as well.
It is absolutely, fully, 100% correct that in the SEC we play 8 conference games while some others play 9 conference games. Never been a secret. Second, it's also correct that last season, all 16 members of the Southeastern Conference played at least 9 games against what you would label power opponents. We had several that played 10 of their 12 games against power opponents. Some conferences have that, some don't. The same will be true this year. We have Washington State, and we're obviously transitioning in the Pac-12 that's included in that group. And we again have several of our football teams that have 10 of those power games embedded within their schedule. I don't believe there's anyone looking to swap their conference schedule and its opponents with the opponents played by Southeastern Conference teams in our conference schedule, be it 8 or 9. I handed out a bunch of stats that created a stir in Destin that showed there's a rigor here that is unique. In the SEC, we're not lacking for quality competition among our 16 football teams. But we're going to continue to evaluate whether increasing the number of conference football games is appropriate for us. And as I've said repeatedly, understanding how the CFP will evaluate strength of schedule and even strength of record is critically important in our decision making.
Sounded so serious. That was like a congressional
Why does he
address.
talk like that?
Really?
Just so dry.
I know.
It's football, man.
Seriously, like, talk to us like we're humans.
At least talk about fish.
He's
or
like
something
pitching it
more
like
fun.
it's a startup.
Wasn't that the driest presentation?
Yeah, it sounds like he's reading off a deck.
And like he's mad.
He's raising capital?
That's what it sounds like, doesn't he?
I picture him in front of
Maybe I'll take that because we're going to have to do a, now that I lost the home run derby last
Torrey
night.
Hunter stole a home run for him.
Yeah.
Basically, we're the SEC. We're in charge. We'll let you know when things are changing. Take that, Big Ten.
I would love it if the SEC had as many conference games as possible. For me as a Missouri fan, I'm like, okay, I guess the season starts theoretically on that Thursday night against Central Arkansas. I'll watch. It'll be most likely a blowout. Don't care. It starts when they play Kansas the following Saturday. But I also understand the College Football Playoff Committee this past year set a precedent of one-loss record appeared to have more value than strength of schedule. And so now the SEC, and if I were the Big Ten, I would say this too, you go, well, then it would benefit us to just play as weak of opponents as we possibly can. So why add another, monster out there? And the SEC is, clearly full of a variety of monsters that can appear on your schedule. But as a fan, I want them to play as much SEC football as possible.
Mm-hmm. They do need to even the play. Like, it has to be the same standard for all the different conferences for it to make sense right at the end of the year. But they never seem to agree on anything. Is the Big Ten the one who's advocating to expand it, and the SEC saying, hold on?
They're both advocates of expanding it. It's how they expand it. And initially, they were going to go with this 5 and 11 model, but then it became 11 at-large teams, whereas the SEC and Big Ten were going to get, I think, each four.
I thought it was 4.
4. And now they just want it to possibly, I think, by having 11 at-large, then the SEC's like, we might get 7 or 8.
Right.
And the Big Ten, which usually has some great teams, but they don't necessarily have the depth, usually, again, I'm saying usually, is not on board with that. And since these two conferences are determining the future of college football, and if they cannot agree, then it's like it's Democrats and Republicans, except there isn't control of Congress. They both have 50% say, and so that is why you have a stalemate. And therefore, even though we're talking about being 13 months away from the 2026 season, Missouri and all the other schools in the SEC don't know who to schedule because they don't have a conference schedule yet. They might play 8 games. They might play 9 games in conference. Martin, I know you have onboarding to head to.
A lot of folks last week would remind me. Get to onboarding, pal. Hit the bricks, bozo.
Martin is heading to onboarding. Chairman Kurt will be sliding up. We will have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Martin, we will see you tomorrow. Kind sir. And we'll be back here with the 10 o'clock hour on TMA 101 ESPN. Boy, there's more Culture Club out there that we didn't realize.
Right.
Church of the Poison Mind here. Boy George's picture on Apple Music is also really funny. I encourage folks to look at it.
Jackson is encouraging you in the audience to go look up Boy George's picture on Apple Music.
I don't want to.
It's a little concerning that we kind of have the same beard.
You and Boy George do?
Kind of.
It's similar, yeah.
Kind of like a modified goatee.
His a little darker.
Yeah, a lot darker.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. The show's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. You can watch it at youtube.com/TMASTL. That's the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Jackson's thought experiment says, I stopped listening out of protest when Timmy was out. I like this KG fella, though. More of him would be great. Kind of cute, too. That's from Jackson's thought experiment. That's more of a KG lemonading.
There was some lemonading there.
But it's part of the alliance, so it's kind of all funnels back to Tim.
You didn't write that, did you, yourself?
No, I am not Jackson's thought experiment.
Jackson's thought experiment is active in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, as is I Hate Paper Straws, DJ Patty Cakes, the TMA Drop Auditor, and Jake in St. Genevieve. Doug, ESPN just came out with ranking the best NFL team since 2000.
Oh, no.
What's wrong?
Seriously, what's the beef with that?
I always enjoy this time of the year in sports because that's when this kind of stuff pops up. And by that, I mean there's no NBA, no NHL, no NFL. SEC strategically moved its media days up to have this week and then grabbed the stage. It looks like Kirby Smart is up there speaking as we are talking right now. You grab the headlines because there's nothing else, and then ESPN has to fill with stuff like this. Doug.
Gosh. The best team since 2000?
Yes.
Well, some of the Patriot teams have got to get in there.
It's nice, but which year?
Which exact? You want the exact year?
2007 Patriots.
Yes! Chairman Kirch! Nailed it. Nailed it.
Boy, I like that, Doug.
Yeah.
Was that the year they knocked off the Giants?
Probably the year they went undefeated until they lost to the Giants in the Super Bowl.
Plaxico Burress.
So the best team you're saying is one that did not win the Super Bowl.
I think there's a lot that goes into what makes a team great other than just winning a championship. It's a long season.
But isn't that the ultimate measure?
Not exactly.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
Baseball certainly has gotten away from it. They've just created the NCAA tournament in October and November. So with that said, the 2001 St. Louis Rams are ranked 10th. I was curious as I was scrolling through this time filler that I was like, okay, would they put teams that didn't win in there? And when I saw that they had the Patriots, the 2007 Patriots in there, I'm like, oh, then they clearly would. Would they put the 2001 Rams in there? Because I don't know how anybody who has been covering the NFL for the last quarter century would not put the 2001 Rams in there. And sure enough, they did. They have them as the 10th team, for the record. Their second team surprises me just because maybe I guess when you look at the roster, it stands out. The 2013 Seahawks are listed as...
That's the year they killed Denver in the Super Bowl?
Yes.
Yeah. And defensively, one of the best of the 21st century, but I'm looking at...
Earl Thomas, Cam Chancellor, Richard Sherman.
Yeah. I mean, I'm looking at some of these teams in front of the Rams, and I'm like, really? Like, I don't know. I clearly don't know enough because I was barely alive when the 01...
The 2024 Eagles... Now, that's one that you can speak to since it was last year, but they're ranked 4th.
Yeah. It's tough to argue like when you smoke the Chiefs like they did in the Super Bowl.
And that's the thing. But, I mean, while it was going on, I guess they started off slow and then they took off.
Yeah, they had a huge second half.
And listen, it could be, I have to acknowledge it going in, and perhaps if the Eagles go on some semblance of a sustained run, and I think you could make a case that they're kind of in the midst of what could be, even though certainly the Chiefs, and I really think teams in the AFC in general are getting more attention because you have that combination of this, what would you call it, Doug, the Devil's threesome of the Chiefs, the Bills, and the Bengals. Just kind of trading spots in the Devil's threesome, which is really the sign of a good Devil's threesome.
Yeah, the Ravens in the cuck chair.
Yeah, they're at the Davenport. That the AFC teams are getting more attention, but the Eagles, I suppose, could be in the midst of what could be a run. But if you say 1980s NFL, I think of the San Francisco 49ers. If you say 1990s NFL, I think of the Dallas Cowboys. And I realize it was brief and it doesn't really have a decade because it started in 99, but it's the St. Louis Rams. 99 to 2003, they owned the NFL with the entertainment in our, little building in downtown St. Louis. That was it. And I don't sense that the Eagles have that, but maybe I'm underrating them.
I'd be curious if they extended it like 2 or 3 years outside of 2000, like where the 99 Rams would rank in terms of all this. Like you'd have to think 1 or 2.
Yeah, I know we talked about it at one point here. Maybe it was when Isaac Bruce was on, that most people will say the 2001 Rams were better than the 99 Rams, but I always felt like, and I know, Doug, you said this, the 99 Rams really could have / should have been undefeated.
Oh, yeah. And they stopped playing about midway through the third quarter of every game because they were so far ahead. And if they had broken records that would have stood the test of time, I think.
They went 13-3. One was an overtime loss to the eventual AFC champion Titans in their building. One was when the Lions converted a 4th and 25, and one was when they had already clinched everything, so they just rested everybody against Andy Reid and the Philadelphia Eagles in Reid's rookie year as a head coach. So that team, I feel like, was in its own world. But from the ranking standpoint, I like that they include teams that did not necessarily win the Super Bowl. Certainly, of course, plenty are in there. And they do go back to 2000, Jackson, because the Ravens are ranked, that 2000 Ravens team and that defense. The best would have been if the Rams offense and their dreadful defense that year, and that defense was dreadful. That's when Mike Martz brought in Bud Carson in the middle of the season to coach the defense.
Sunshine Boys.
That's right. That Rams offense could have gone against that Ravens defense and their putrid offense. And what force would have won? It's a shame that that didn't get a chance to go down.
That 99 team ran into a really good Tampa Bay defense in the NFC Championship game.
It was a 5-3 score late.
Yeah, and didn't exactly roll up a lot of points. So I'm afraid that the defense might have stopped some of that Rams' high-powered offense.
On 3rd down, let's help our Rams by making some noise! Yeah!
I can't hear you.
That was a difference maker because a lot of us had never seen a football game before. And when they finally played that on the video board, we understood how to cheer, when to cheer, and what to get excited about. Because we flat out didn't know before.
Doug, going on in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat right now, Ted G says Timmy is bringing the energy. And then Chairman Kurt, who's actually co-hosting the program, writes...
You did write in there, didn't you?
He's good, isn't he?
Oh.
And then TMA Remote Lamp says, the best.
The best. Stop this. If only the gong was in better working order.
Somebody's going to drop a new gong. Yeah, I like the drop kick.
You can't deny he's good.
Clip that off.
Why are you saying this?
I haven't seen him in like what feels like forever, and I just want him to feel appreciated.
Thank you, Chairman.
All right.
That's why our alliance is so strong while Martin and Jackson's is falling apart. It's not even talked about anymore.
No, I don't think I've had goat milk yogurt. I don't think I have.
Is that what was going on while I was gone?
Yeah, I like that clip.
The program's called TMA. Email in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. I am curious here. There's a guy named Dalton who's leading. Who the hell's Dalton?
Dalton Strong.
Is Dalton Strong? Oh, is that right? Dalton is leading the month in the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. So I'm anxious to see if Dalton is back and I can read one of his pieces of prose. That is coming up here on the program. It's TMA. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Universal Windows Direct is wanting you to know that you've got a great opportunity here. Owning a home is one of the best investments you can make, but keeping it comfortable, energy efficient, and looking great, well, that takes a little extra work. And if you've got drafty old windows, you know exactly what I mean. But this summer, Universal Windows Direct is making it easy to finally tackle
that project with an offer you can't pass up. Right now, you get to choose your offer. Pick the one that works best for you. Payments as low as $99 a month or 12 months with no payments and no interest. Seriously, upgrade your home now and relax until next year. Plus, Universal Windows Direct will give you a free in-home window and energy assessment. It's Universal Windows Direct. So if you want to take care of your home the smart way this summer, do not wait. Call 314-334-2522 or go to universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free in-home estimate today and choose the payment plan that is right for you. Trust me, once you get those new windows in, you'll walk around saying, I love my windows.
No, I've never heard this one.
Love is Love.
Boy, George again.
It's called Love is Love.
Kind of sounds like a Joshua title.
Beautiful, though.
Circus of Love is Love.
It is TMA, and it's on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. BK and Ferrario at the top of the hour. Before BK and Ferrario take over, we will have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. And apparently there is a rising star by the name of Dalton, Doug.
Yeah.
And Dalton is leading the month of July, and he has taken this contest by storm.
He's been pretty sharp.
So I'm looking forward to that. That's Joey Vitale Lemming, Salty Bald Dad, Buck Swope, Shooter McGavin, Alan Dadeville, and Phil from 618 all have wins as well, but only one has two, and that's Dalton. So perhaps I'll get a chance to read Dalton's work here in about 15 minutes. The morning after at InsideSTL.com is how you can compete. Chairman, you're getting compliments on your hat from the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
Yeah,
that's the Blues hat that Steve Chapman brought in. Jackson, I guess you're wearing the one that he brought in.
Yep.
Yeah, I have that model. I'm a big fan. I got compliments on that when I was out of town this past week.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, people love that hat.
I went down to that STL
For those not familiar, I realize only a couple hundred people are watching. It's the light blue, the new color, along with that Blues logo that incorporates the fleur-de-lis.
And the singing note.
Treble.
Yep. It's the treble note, yeah.
It's a sharp lid.
Great color.
Uh-huh.
And yeah, I really like that. Looks good on a hat. I got the new Blues logo right here on my hat, the primary.
But that one's black and white.
Tis.
Do you have a problem with a gentleman responding to your question with tis?
Yeah, a little bit.
What I like about his, though, is that it's going to be more versatile. He can wear that with more. I'm a little limited with this color, but that black and white can go with a lot.
I've noticed that when I go out and play golf, especially in midsummer, you can't wear like a hat you really love, because it just gets filthy with sweat.
Yeah.
Like I had my gray TMA hat on Friday playing, and it was hot. I mean hot. And the entire thing just covered in sweat. It's gross.
Well, stop sweating.
Can't help it.
I have a designated sweat hat.
I need one.
Would you like me to give you a tip?
Please.
Dawn takes grease out of your way, also saves your hats.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
All right.
Go home.
Just throw it.
Run it under some water.
Okay.
And then just soak it with a little Dawn, and then let that thing dry off after you rinse it, and it'll take care of that grease.
All right.
Yep.
Good. Because I've lost hats. White hats, I kind of understand going into it. You might lose out. It's going to be tough there. But like a gray hat, like that TMA hat I wear right now, there's just a thin sweat line over it. Can't have that.
What happens if you just throw them in the washing machine?
I don't know.
They get wobbly. They get limp.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Like the brim gets, can't have that. Yeah, that's a good plan. I have some Dawn, too, so this will be good.
There you go.
I'm going to try that out today.
They make a little plastic entrapment you can put the hat in and then put it in the dishwasher. That way it kind of holds its
you like
form,
that term, entrapment?
And I didn't care
That was
for
a
it.
1999 Catherine Zeta-Jones.
It's like a little
film.
chastity cage for your hat.
I don't like that either.
I like Catherine Zeta-Jones.
Do you have a problem with that?
She's Welsh, Doug.
Okay, well, I like that. Vaughn's are Welsh.
Really?
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Tim, want to go to Crown Candy for lunch today? That's from Car Wash Dave.
He's asking you out to lunch.
I haven't gone out with a guy.
It's been too long, hasn't it?
It's been 2.5 years, because I remember going out with a guy. He was in town for Christmas in 2022. And
Is this the guy who put his hands on you?
Went out a few times.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, now you're starting to get into an area that I'm comfortable talking about.
Okay.
But when my wife and I were married, we had it in our vows that we could see members of the same sex.
Oh. Wreck me, Doug.
Oh.
And so, Car Wash Dave, let me think about it.
Ruin me.
Maybe I'll take you up. Maybe I'll take you up on that. Run that hat in a dishwasher. That's from the Flat Avenue boy.
All right. That was a good play. I'm going to try out that Dawn thing. And I'll probably just let it sit outside.
Welcome back, Tim. I know you're going to get a whole bunch of texts praising your return, but I have to defend my guys. And by guys, I mean Doug. And say they did fine while you were out. Happy Tuesday, everyone. That's from the star of Real Housewives of TMA. Doug, that's Sharon in Clayton, and she might be in Sanibel. Hell, you never know what high-rent district she's in.
Well, thank you, Sherry.
Local broadcast hero, Tim McKernan.
Oh, we're right back to you.
Yes, we're the Real Housewives of TMA.
We never got that off the ground. The Real Housewives kind of said, well, maybe not. They don't really trust
I'm telling you.
the viewers and the listeners.
It might take some funding. But let's say we were going to have 4 ladies on the show. Do you think that's reason? Isn't that what usually goes on those things?
Yeah, at least 4.
Yeah, I thought it was a little higher than that.
Is that right? Oh, there's more?
But you can do it with 4.
Okay. And I'm being serious here, all right? I'm budgeting this. Let's say there's going to be 10 episodes in season 1. Season 1 of many. And we get $50,000. So each one would get $12,500. Listen, I know that's especially for Sharon and Clayton. That's $12,500 to her. I mean,
Oh, yeah, you'd get people to do it for that. Sure.
But Sharon and Clayton, and she's got the place in Sanibel. She's got the place, in the Upper Peninsula or something.
She
doesn't
need it.
She doesn't need it.
No.
But it'd be a nice, I can go out to a couple of dinners for her, maybe one. But I think then you got a little upside. Now we got some production costs associated with it.
Yeah.
But I'm telling you.
Oh, who's putting up this 50 G's?
I guess the Tam Avenue Capital Partners, if we can do another cash call.
Yeah, my wells are tapped dry. Am I good or bad?
Is this what we call pre-revenue?
Big time.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I would say viable AF.
I needed a title. Thank you.
You were hot, weren't you?
Darn right I was.
Yeah, that guy would probably be on it.
Rich Cool could host. That would be good. Now we're talking.
Wow.
Now we're talking. Now
we need 7 figures now just to get rich.
Certainly no Friday shooting.
Yeah, but he made it clear he wouldn't work on Fridays. I understand that.
He said his pool's under construction, so he just sits at the bottom of an empty pool, waiting for it to be filled. And he goes to the local pool and he's asked for a cocktail. They won't serve it to him.
Sharon will just add that $12,500 to her Yorkshire's trust fund. She has a Yorkie that has a trust fund?
I don't think so. I don't know.
I didn't know about that. Doug, can we get a Real Housewives of TMA off the ground? The win for the husband as well? That's from the Swing.
Now, what does that mean?
From the Swing Haven board member. For those of you who are not longtime TMA listeners, the Swing Haven board member is quite open with he and his wife are Doug in what is called the lifestyle, and he sends in pictures of his wife. Longtime TMA member Ken Iggy Strode's skeptical that actually is his wife because she is an attractive lady, and he wants there to be a husband's show. I didn't know if that's kind of the way that they swung, but again, we don't kink shame, and we want it to be clear that we are very supportive of whatever it is that he is into, even if we ourselves aren't necessarily.
I do definitely kink shame, and we don't need a husbands of TMA. We don't.
I'd put on a wig and be a part of this Real Housewives of TMA for $12,500. That's from the Never-Ending Wipe.
Yeah, they've come out of the woodwork to be a part of that.
You make me feel like a natural woman.
I'd be happy to sing that in the first episode.
Stop saying Sharon lives in Clayton. She's a fat Hoosier living in Potosi. That's some Gray Summit, Gray Goose Guzzle. But Doug, you've met her.
Yeah, I assume she lives in Clayton. I don't know why she'd lie about that.
How far is Potosi from here?
Not very close.
Yeah.
It's a little skip and jump away.
60 miles, maybe?
Yeah, looks about right. Yeah, boy.
And that's where Sharon is? Maybe that's just where she has another home.
Hour and 18 minutes. Oof.
Oh.
I stayed in a treehouse in Potosi once.
Stayed in the treehouse? Stayed in the treehouse? On vacation? That's where you went?
Airbnb?
It was an Airbnb sitch. It was just like a little 2-night getaway. But yeah, it was in a treehouse.
Like with windows and doors?
Yeah. Okay. It was very nice.
What did you go down there to do exactly in Potosi?
Just kind of cat around by the water a little bit.
Cat around? Don't they have a prison down there?
Isn't that like the only thing that they really like?
I didn't
population's 2,000.
I couldn't see the prison from the window of the treehouse, but
isn't it Potosi that has a jail?
Yeah. Yep.
I made $12,500 during the last commercial break. I won't be participating. That's from the Worcester Woods Wacko.
I don't remember asking you.
A yappy shrew with a bunch of timeshares would be the perfect face of the Real Housewives of St. Louis.
Yappy.
That's from Boxing Day, Doug. Arbor Day, of course, was suspended earlier in the program.
Sure was.
And so we've now got Boxing Day texting in to the show.
Well, to call her yappy, I think.
What about a yappy shrew?
All she does is she just texts like everyone else, only her texts get read.
Can someone explain the difference between an Indiana Hoosier and a St. Louis/Missouri Hoosier? Thanks. That's from the 616. I feel like that needs to be a podcast.
Yeah, because I've thought about it a lot. Actually, recently, I don't know why. I was thinking about this yesterday. And it's tough because you really can't say Hoosier unless you're talking to only people from St. Louis.
That's
Otherwise,
correct.
people think you're talking about Indiana. Whereas those are just the people of Indiana. Hoosier is a special type of person in our area. I think wallet chains, sneak
Wallet chains.
But the wallet chain was not the origin of why Hoosier became something that was derogatory in St. Louis.
For sure. I'm just thinking of the ingredients, really.
And wallet chains was the first thing that came to mind.
Sneakers with no shoelaces, that kind of vibe. I don't know. That is a podcast-worthy topic. You could do a whole hour on that.
It's a sense of pride in Indiana where it's not so nice here in St. Louis.
I think some people wear it as a badge of honor.
The internet says it's called Hoosier because there was a contractor named Samuel Hoosier in Indiana, and a lot of people think that the people who worked under him were called Hoosier men, and so they all became Hoosiers.
Crocs with socks, Jackson.
Yeah, so that's a start.
If memory serves, and I'm looking this up as we're talking about it, it was a lot of transplants from Indiana who came to work in St. Louis at Chrysler and AB back in the day. I think going back in the 1930s. If it's I'm looking.
So that's
up.
like the real origin of it.
It goes back. Yeah, that's it goes back to the 1930s in union struggles. This is from KSTK.com. Explains Dr. Avis Meyer, longtime journalism professor at St. Louis University. Long ago, a friend of Dr. Meyer's who worked for years at AB told him the brewery hired non-union workers from Indiana during a labor strike at AB, so Hoosier came to mean a country bumpkin who screwed up your job.
Yeah,
How about that? Huh.
Kind of a scab.
Yeah.
How
about that?
That makes sense. That would be easily why it would be like a derogatory thing.
Bumpkin.
It's like stick a word for scab, essentially, which would be a derogatory thing.
DJ Patty Cake says, wallet chains, cars with no bumper, missing teeth, a dog chained to the tree out front, and then Splashback Deuce says year-round Christmas lights. That's what's going on in the Michelob Ultra.
That's a rough look.
Year-round Christmas lights.
Usually on your trailer.
So eventually, anyone who looked, quote, rustic or, quote, country eventually got referred to as Hoosiers.
Rustic.
Whether or not they came from Indiana or had anything to do with the Chrysler plant or AB. Doug, we're simultaneously learning and teaching.
We are, yeah.
Really what he is a punk redneck Hoosier.
Oh, and it's very valuable information. Because not a day goes by you don't call somebody a Hoosier, right?
Right. Or someone's acting in a Hoosier manner. Like if we talked about how light my mustache is, I think if I were to dye it, that'd be pretty Hoosier.
Oh, you do?
You know what I'm saying?
So you'd have the blonde hair on the side and then a dark...
I try to get it to match.
That's like the inverse of Hollywood Hogan. He had the dark beard and the blonde Fu Manchu.
NWO.
Oh, ugh.
Sup, guys? That's from Hoosier Daddy.
Oh, he had dark hair with a blonde beard?
Yep.
Hollywood Hogan. I'll pull it up. You're going to love this.
That was very intimidating.
You got to go the opposite way.
Speaking of which, did you and Larry Nickel ever settle your differences?
He said he doesn't want to be on during the replay. I don't even know what that means.
Really? We're done with Larry Nickel?
No,
He's not coming back
I
on?
said we're getting to you on the other side. Oh, my God, that looks ridiculous.
That's Jackson observing Hollywood Hogan, Doug. That's when he was with the New World Order, World Order circa 1999.
Gosh, I missed it.
All right, we got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up. That is next on TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. MLB All-Star Game on 101 ESPN this evening with pregame starting at 6 p.m. and first pitch at 7. Tarek Skubal taking the mound for the American League while Paul Skeens toes the slab for the NL. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
This is our final Culture Club song for the day. Yeah. It looks like they're not happy in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat with Jackson. Jake Reynolds says, "Free Larry. Now that Dotem was freed by Ryan Kelly, we must right another wrong and free Larry." That's from Jake Reynolds, Jackson.
Are these people packing their ears with cotton? I
no.
told you, I read the texts.
Let's read them again.
Sure, happy to. Set the record straight here. My God. Larry texted me, "Do you want me to call in after Brian Crouppen?" I said, "Absolutely!" Exclamation point. To which he, after one segment went by, "I guess Tim forgot about me again, question mark. Please let Tim know that till further notice, I'll quit calling in if he keeps forgetting about me," like he's holding us hostage on this. I texted him back, "We plan on going to you after the break." To which he hung up the phone and then texted me, "I don't like being on when people listen on the replay," and I don't know what that means.
I don't like being on.
That's the situation. We love Larry.
So why are you keeping him off the air?
Again, yeah. It's like
you've just blocked him, essentially.
Get the crap out of your ears and listen to me, baby. Yeah, sometimes you got to be demonstrative. What's going on here?
Maybe it's because it's just too hot and people should start calling Design Air to make their air conditioners work better.
Nice.
That's a possibility. When it comes to cooling and heating, you got to trust the name that's been around longer than all of us here. That, of course, is Design Air Heating and Cooling, proudly serving the area, since 1904. How's that sound? More than a century of keeping homes comfortable and customers happy. They're not just another HVAC company. They're also the longest-running sponsor on TMA, and we certainly appreciate that a lot. Seth Goldcamp runs the show there. He leads a team that truly values integrity at Design Air. They believe in honest work, and you'll never be sold something you don't need. Whether you're dealing with the St. Louis heat or the winter cold, they've got your back with dependable service and no-pressure solutions. So visit designairservice.com. Schedule your service today. Design Air, comfort you can count on since 1904, and maybe, more importantly, home with a handsome repairman. Ask for Larry, the Silver Fox.
Why is Jackson shadow banning Larry? He is a great American. Shame on the commie pale. That's from Dale in Grubville, and it's starting to get bad now. Now it's starting to get really bad.
So me not allowing, which isn't true, allowing Larry, again, not true, makes me a communist? You got to show your work here, because I'm not following the logic.
Do you believe in communism?
No.
Doug, that was a very direct.
Socialism?
Fine question. I don't have to answer any of these questions.
Oh, now all of a sudden, just like where did he play golf?
Suspicious.
Mentality is online at mentalityhealth.com/radio. If you are dealing with low energy, low motivation, fatigue, you're tired all the time, weight gain or muscle loss, especially belly fat, feeling anxious, moody or irritable, lack of focus or mental clarity, those are symptoms of low testosterone. Mentality is a local healthcare facility that specializes in helping men feel and perform at their very best, with board-certified physicians providing a full physical consultation and blood panel analysis, all during your first visit. Mentality focuses on free testosterone levels, which many doctors overlook, ensuring your treatment is tailored to your body. It's Mentality. I got tested. They're super quick, easy, friendly staff. mentalityhealth.com/radio is where you need to go. mentalityhealth.com/radio. That's where you can find out more information, and perhaps you will find a discount. mentalityhealth.com/radio. It's time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Morning, boys. Glad you're back, Tim. The rest of the crew did an admirable job of steering the ship while sans captain. Now that you're back, our ship is steady. The sea of troubled sports is now smooth as glass when you are back on board.
Lord.
It's really taking a lot of the gusto out of the gong when you have to.
It's broken.
When you have to. Oh my God.
I mean,
hard to watch.
Sorry, it takes about 15 seconds to tee it up.
Shout out to my fellow laborers in the engine room in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Keep slinging that coal, the engineers, boys. You are the ones that keep us going. Love TMA Walrus #1.
TMA.
Who is Jake Reynolds, who's the one's Jackson.
Yeah.
Walrus #1. Jake Reynolds.
Welcome home, Tim. It's not to say that the dais was running out of topics while you were away, but critical discussions included spiteful angel hair pasta, professional athlete brothers, pretentious filmography. Jackson, is that?
Oh, yeah. Big time.
Unassailable water tables, and the magic of universal remote controls for the olds. I had told my boys that we were not celebrating the 4th of July while Tim was out of town. It just wouldn't be right. So we will finally shoot off some fireworks tonight, probably in Martin's subdivision. My boys are 6 and 32.
Hey, listen, we don't judge.
So it's a big year for those numbskulls. That's from Shooter McGavin, the vice president of inflatable retractable roofs.
Shooter McGavin.
Papers being a Russian spy doesn't seem too far-fetched to me anymore. Think about it. He has a great alibi by claiming he's not a big fan of hockey. What Russian hates hockey? It's a perfect cover-up. He's been pushing goodorbad.com, and I'm sure it's just a Russian website to take all of our information. I mean, why wouldn't the Russians want to see what this audience is up to? You know what? On second thought, they'd take one glance into the fan page and be convinced the page is what Americans use as a torture method and click off. Well, you get away this time, Vladdy Burkett, but I'm watching you. That's from the coital hype man, Little Beer Cats.
Little Beer Cats.
Well, we might as well call Tim Lil Sildenafil. Is that the ingredient in Viagra?
Yeah.
Nice. But usually spelled S-I-D, is it not?
Yeah, that was user error.
That's why it threw me off. Because I've been rock hard for 4 hours this morning. As per the 4-hour warning, I'm down here at the Barnes ER, and it's chock full of middle-aged, hefty gentlemen, all with groins at attention. They have us all wedged in here like a game of Tetris. It's going to be a long morning. Welcome back, Tim. That's from Tucci's Tushy.
Tucci's Tushy.
And finally, you take a week and a half off and the entire operation crumbles. Martin spent the whole time teasing an interview with him, who was teasing another interview after the break. It was just 4 hours of that a day. I didn't even think the interviews were real, just layers of vapor, like Russian nesting dolls filled with disappointment. Meanwhile, Jackson decided this was the perfect time to explain to Doug at length why the genius of the Transformers franchise has been misunderstood by history.
I would never defend Michael Bay like that.
I thought Doug was going to fake a phone call from the Democratic National Convention fundraising campaign just to get out of the conversation. Don't ever do that again, Tim. That comes from Dalton.
Dalton.
And that's what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email
Okay.
today. What you got?
Today, I'm going to vote for Shooter McGavin. Shooter McGavin.
Yeah, when you can go 26 years in between having kids, you get my vote.
Nice.
Yeah, Big McGavin.
Shooter McGavin has won the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Congratulations to Shooter McGavin. And with that win, he now is tied with Dalton for the lead in the month of July. Don't forget, go to TMASTL.com to sign up to be the TMA Listener of the Month. And great news, you can keep your anonymity. Time for us to shut it down. BK and Ferrario are coming up next. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.